Paramasukadam kevalam jnanamurtim dvandvatitam gagana sadrisham tattvamasya ekam nityam vimalamachalam sarvadhi sakshi bhutam bhavatitam trigunarahitam sadgurum tam namami. Nithyanandam, Nithyanandam, everyone. We welcome all the participants. We welcome every one of you for today. Today is a very, very special day because in today's program, we're all going to be learning about DNA, decoding our DNA. Nithyanandam, Ma Kavita Tyagarajan, very nice to see all of you. Nithyanandam, Ma Itsk, Ma Hedi Shlak. It's very nice to see one whole group of you actually are very sincerely attending yoga, joining on time, and participating throughout the program. Ma Jnana Yogini, Ma Kaman, and Ma Leafy Zau, Ma Mahabhairava Jnana. Nithyanandam, everyone. Ma Anandeshwari, Nithyanandam. Ma Maha Jadashaktika, Ma Prematavasi, Ma Nitya Naresha. Nithyanandam. Actually, Ma Yogamalar, Ma there are a whole group of you who have been very, very sincerely attending, like Ma Prematavasi, Ma Priyatma Surupini. Just wanted to let you all know, we have the PSM continued education program that is happening as well, which means not just attending the Paramashivoham and learning, but actually living and applying these truths. And that extended program is happening. And all those who qualify as a graduates, like who's attended multiple Paramashivohams, will receive an invitation for that program. And you all can join that to live, to experientially live the Paramashivoham, whatever Swamiji is revealing in Paramashivoham. And you all can join that. And Nithyanandam, in the boys side, I say Ashok Amin, Aya, Nithyanandam, Jia Wong, Nikhil Thakurji, Nithyanandam Aya, Keegson Wong, Nithyanandam, Robert Smith, Nithyanandam, Srinitya Krishna Priyan, Nithyanandam. Okay, today in the program, we're going to be learning one of the most unique and most important aspects. In today's program, we're going to be understanding about how you can actually manifest the experience of Paramashivoham. What does that mean? How can you awaken your DNA, program your DNA to manifest through you the experience of Paramashivoham? Every moment of your life, how do you actually apply this truth? Our DNA has a major role to play in our life, be it in the everyday decisions you make, be it in the qualities you radiate, be it in the way that your body is, your very physical structure of the body. All of them are determined by the DNA. And it is important for us to understand how you can actually awaken this DNA completely, how you can start using that DNA, awaken that DNA to start utilizing it in everyday aspects of your life. How do you do that? Today's day, through the day, you're going to be learning the different aspects of it. You're going to be understanding, experiencing the different aspects of it. Are we all ready?
Today, all the participants that are here with us, just wanted to tell every one of you, if you have anyone that is, especially the people that have some genetic disorders, please take some time to reach out to them, and that will really help them in their lives, tremendously help them. Same way, anyone struggling with any mental health issues, especially if they're facing some very low period or like depression, feeling stuck in their lives, today's day would help these two sets of people a lot, because the sessions are completely focused on these. And the very first session that we are going to be having is the session on Swarga Loka. This is the Loka that we are going to be experiencing today. This is the right above planet Earth. Not planet Earth, I should say the Bhumandala, the Bhuloka. The Loka that is there, that we are going to be experiencing, is called as the Swarga Loka. Like Bhur, Bhuvar, and Swarga Loka. And this is the Loka that we all generally call as heaven. And it's not like just what we generally understand as heaven. It's not limited to that. It's much, much, much more than that. Swamiji is now going to be revealing its secrets. So let's listen to this revelation now from Swamiji.
Swarga is not the heaven ordinary human beings understand. Swarga is not given to you if you believe in some ideas and don't believe in some ideas. Swarga or Naraka is manifested by you, by your time, space, elasticity, elongation possibility. When your space behaves with elasticity and manifests your time, either by elongating it or shrinking it, you manifest Swarga or Naraka in you. The time-space shift, elasticity base on which elongating or shrinking of the time experience happens in your being. That space is your identity. Your identity, your being is experienced by you. It is rooted in your ability to elongate the time or shrink the time. That is where you experience personal freedom. So in this higher 7 lokas project, Suvar Loka, Suvar is the Amara Loka, Deva Loka, where gods live, who has gone through superconscious nectar DNA process. So now you are getting the visa, I can say permanent residency, for Amara Loka, Suvar Loka. I am breathing the nectar DNA into you. The nectar DNA breathed into you makes your complications legitimized. The legitimized complications become complements or multi-dimensions of you. The first loka, see, Jambudvipa is the known world where we all exist now. Everything science knows as the universe, and even what science can imagine as the universe is Jambudvipa. And above this is Suvarloka. A new kind of intelligence will be awakened in you, where your pleasure, making money, making relationships, health, all will be absolutely aligned. They will not be conflicting each other, complicating each other. They will just be complementing each other. You will go to gym and do yoga and gym and have your health and find your girlfriend, boyfriend there and make few millions there. You don't need to do something separately for millions, something separately to find boyfriend, girlfriend, something separately to keep you healthy and active. It will all suddenly get more and more complementing each other. Conflicts and complications drop when your consciousness is raised. Legitimizing your complications into multi-dimensions of you and making them as part of or complements of your very being. You will just seamlessly exist with all the core aspects of you. Absolute unclutching and extreme romance. Absolute health and extreme sensual enjoyments. Absolute completion and powerful way of dealing with all conflicts. When the superconscious DNA is infused into you, not just diseases disappear, the health in the different level happens. Amrita, nectar, is the superconscious principle with which the mutation, superconscious mutation will be done today. Listen. The first vertical time zone, Swarga Loka, it is called Amara Loka, where people who had superconscious mutation with the nectar lives. I'll define nectar. Listen. Nectar is the conscious energy. Amrita is the conscious energy. When infused into you, makes all your complications legitimized. Listen to this word. Your complications are complications as long as you treat them illegitimate and you fight with them. Your complications will become your dimensions when you decide to infuse consciousness into you. I know what I am talking. I'll give you an example. You may be deeply interested in your health. You may also deeply interested in enjoying food. These two are complications, conflicts. If you don't find conscious solution for both. But if nectar principle, consciousness is infused into you, you will find the knack of eating left, right, center well and keeping you so healthy, alive, active. Your complications will become complements to each other when nectar is infused in you. Listen, nectar is a superconscious DNA principle. I am repeating it so that you will all internalize it. Nectar is a superconscious principle which eliminates all the complications in you. All the complications in you becomes complement to each other. Listen. You may be very deeply interested in enlightenment. You may be beautifully, intensely enjoying sexual, sensual experiences of life. If you are unconscious about these both aspects of you, it can become complication. If Amaratva, nectar principle, consciousness, the nectar DNA, Amrita DNA, if it is infused in you, suddenly you know both are not your intense seeking of enlightenment and your intense ability to enjoy the sex and sensual pleasures are not complicating each other. They just different dimensions of you actually complementing each other. Listen. I mean what I am saying, and I know what all the inferences you will get when you hear these words. I am talking with that clarity and responsibility. None of your core aspects complicate each other. Your fears don't complicate your desires. Your desires don't complicate your inspiration. Your inspiration don't complicate your fears. Your fears don't stop your enlightenment. Listen. All your core aspects are actually complementing each other. A middle class BB, stupid fellows who are not interested in life, the life negative, demonic fellows, devilish fellows, they believe the middle class morals of life. They believe complicating their lives. When nectar DNA, Amrita DNA is infused in you, you will realize everything in you is immortal. Your ability to manifest power is immortal. Your ability to seek enlightenment is immortal. Your ability to seek Paramashivatva is immortal. Your ability to enjoy sexual pleasure is immortal. Your ability to live forever is immortal. Your deep desire for your Bonda Vadai is immortal. Nothing need to be eliminated or complicated in your existence. Listen, what I am telling you is Deva Ragasya. What I am telling you is the Deva Ragasya. This is the principle of Amrita DNA. When Amrita DNA enters into you, you are allowed into Swarga Loka. Swarga Loka does not allow cheap slum dogs. It's like you enter into a 7-star casino in Las Vegas and ask, oh, is gambling moral? Is it not sin? Hey, if you know it is sin, why did you come all the way to Las Vegas and get into this 7-star casino, spending thousands of dollars? You have come here to ask this question? Then go and sit where you are and ask all these questions. There are some places the questions have no answer. Those questions just become irrelevant. Swarga Loka is the place where complications become irrelevant. All your dimensions become immortal. Nothing conflicts each other. Nothing complicates each other. Nothing confuses each other. A unique organized multidimensional being starts opening up in you when the conscious DNA, Amrita DNA, is breathed into you. Listen, this Amrita DNA superconscious mutation suddenly will take away a lot of your complications. Don't be afraid of life. Don't be afraid of life. Don't try to hang on to your slum mind. You always feel, if I work for money, I may not be able to work for relationships, pleasures, romance. I may not have time and energy. If I focus on romance and relationships, the time to maintain my health, either I will have time and energy to go for gym and maintain the health, or to go for dance and build friends, romance, love. This is the slum mentality. Amrita DNA suddenly opens up, makes all your aspects complementary to you. All the complications in you will start dropping. You will make money with the energy which you enjoy. You will make money doing what you enjoy. You will make love, romance, friends, developing your health. You will live longer by eating large quantity of the food which you like. This whole complication or the conflicts and confusion gets burnt when the nectar DNA, Amrita DNA, is added to you. I'll bow down to Ganapati, then Paramashiva, then Garuda. Garuda is Lord of Amrita. He is the protector of Amrita. Now Garuda will enter into each one of you and add nectar DNA, Amrita DNA in you all. Understand? Amrita gives entry into Amara Loka, which is Swarga Loka, the first vertical time zone. All the devatas are called Amaras in Sanskrit because The Amrita superconscious DNA process is done inside you. Listen. The process now going to be done is eternal. Nectar principle, Amrita principle infuses such vast consciousness in you. The inner space goes through such explosive understanding. The right, wrong, good, bad, sin, merit, all this idea gets organized with a larger picture of the cosmos and enormous energy to handle all the complications and manifest it as compliments starts happening. In human level, whatever you perceive as complication, all of that is blasted with Amrita, nectar DNA. And this nectar DNA suddenly makes each of your complication immortal, and that becomes complement dimensions of you. No more complication. What I say, even if you logically understand, that is enough. And even if you don't understand, it's okay, because I'll pour this Amrita DNA in you, nectar DNA in you. Amrita Tattva, Amritatva in you. Most fortunate are those who are going to experience today's superconscious mutation process, because today you will see your ability to enjoy the sensual pleasures and your ability to manifest power both expands. Both are not conflicting each other. Both don't complicate each other. Both actually complement each other. Your inner conflicts and complications will get legitimized by your own experience as Amara, nectar DNA. Amaratva, your middle class morals will leave you. Your middle class mentality will leave you. First, you need to taste Devaloka, Amaraloka, only then you will move to KAILASA. Listen. I am making simple statements. Listen intensely. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, SDHD. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Sometimes you know You have the higher possibility, but even you have the fear, you may not be able to handle yourself in that higher possibility. Fear that you may fail, collapse, fall down again and again. Because of that fear of failure, the possibility which you deny is your identity, your self in Swarga Loka. The whole which you are denying is yourself in the Swarga Loka. When you decide to live that whole, by being ferocious with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, saying, hey, if I fail, it's okay. Failing is not wrong, but being in the space without trying is the real crime. Let me jump and fail, nothing wrong. Try. When you decide, you reach the Swarga Loka. You face yourself in the parallel universe of Swarga Loka. When you are frustrated, angry, I tell you, highest renunciation, greatest tyaga is renouncing your self-hatred. See, Paramashiva worshipped in Devaloka. In Indraloka, he is called as Tyagaraja. I was wondering, Paramashiva worshipped in Swarga should be called as the Raja of the pleasure, king of pleasure. Why is he called as Tyagaraja? Musukunda Chakravarti, the Chola king of Tiruvarur, when he went to Swarga, Indraloka, understand, Hindus had a regular communication and travel to other dimensions. It was a lifestyle for us. It is a lifestyle even now for us. We used to go and come to other dimensions. It used to be very usual, regular. Till we were invaded and all the science was destroyed and demonized. Much was destroyed. The remaining left over was demonized. The Musukunda Chakravarti went to Swarga Loka and he even helped Devatas in their war with Rakshasas. Because he helped and they won the war, the Devatas head of the gods, Indra, wanted to gift him something. He asked, "O Musukunda, you are such an amazing help and support and friend for me. Please ask what do you want." And do you know funny thing? Musukunda Chakravarti did not ask, "I want to stay in Swarga." No, he said, "My Chola kingdom is much more amazing than Swarga. There's nothing you can give me. There's nothing you can give me. I have everything more than Swarga." I looked around, it looks too poor. There's nothing which is not there in Chola Samrajya, Chola kingdom in Swarga. Indra was very ashamed. He said, please ask something, because I need to keep my pride and I need to save my face. I have to gift you something. You came all the way from Bhuloka and helped me and I won the war because of your strategies and support. Please ask something and take. So it will give me a feeling fulfilled. And I showed my gratitude. Then Musukunda Chakravarti Said, all right. One thing I liked in your Devaloka, Indraloka, the beautiful deity of Paramashiva you are worshipping. In Tiruvarur we have a great temple, but our main deity, Paramashiva, is Swayambhu Murti. The deity you are worshipping is an amazing deity. I wanted to take this deity as a Utsav Murti for my Tiruvarur temple. Indra was first, he was shocked that because his own Atma Murti, the worshipping deity, he is asking. Then finally he felt, all right, anyway, he asked for some gift, so I should not say no. And he gives the deity to him. That deity is called Tyagaraja Swami. So the god of Devaloka is Tyagaraja. It should be Bhogaraja. If you see logically, Mahadeva's version who gives all the Bhogas, like either it should be Swarnagarshana Bhairava or Bhoga Raja, something like that, who gives all the pleasures. But surprisingly, God of Indraloka is called Tyagaraja. I tell you, if you learn Tyaga, you will be in Swarga. If you learn Tyaga, you will be in Devaloka. If you learn Tyaga, you will be in Indraloka. Actually, as per the document, it says the god of Devaloka. In Devaloka, there are 3 divisions. Swarga. Swarga is like a name of that whole dimension. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva. That whole dimension is called Swarga. In Swarga, Devaloka. In Devaloka, there is one part called Indraloka. So all the 3 words you should not confuse. It's like address. Swarga is the address of the dimension, like a nation. Devaloka is like a state. Indraloka is like a headquarters. Understand? Hindus had a clear communication, traveling, even luggage transportation. Things used to go from here to there and from there to here with other planes of existence. Nobody is alien for us in the whole cosmos. That is why the word alien does not exist in Hinduism. Understand? I was wondering why God of Devaloka is called Tyagaraja. Either he should be called Yogaraja. If you do yoga, you will reach Devaloka. Or he should be called Bhogaraja. In Devaloka, he is the Paramashiva gives all the Bhogas to anyone who wants any Bhoga. He should be called Bhogaraja or Yogaraja. Why Tyagaraja? Tyaga is the key to become God. The most difficult Tyaga is renouncing self-hatred, because the society teaches you self-hatred is great. It makes you delude between humbleness and self-hatred. Listen. Humbleness is not self-hatred. Listen carefully. Self-hatred is thinking you are less. Humbleness is thinking about you less. Less self-remembrance is humbleness. Self-hatred is constantly thinking about you, but very cheap. very low. Understand, there is a big difference between humbleness and self-hatred. Person with self-hatred will never be really humble. Adivinayam durta lakshanam. He will show himself very humble. But he is not humble. Understand? A real humbleness will be out of powerfulness. Society deludes you, makes you mistake humbleness your humbleness as self-hatred, and as you always in the state of self-hatred so that you will be humble. Self-hatred is not humbleness. Most difficult thing to renounce in the life is self-hatred. So much of self-hatred, self-doubt, self-denial. That is why even if you think of future plans, so much of impossibility and you shrink. No, one more suffering, pain of failure, why should I face? Fool. Because of pain of failure, you don't plan, and naturally, no plan means failure. It is like because you are afraid some guest will come to your home, you call that person and tell him, please come. You are afraid failure will come to your life, and you stop planning and force the failure to come to your life. Self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt. Most difficult thing to renounce in your life is SDHD. Renounce that. Dhira, courage is moving the SDHD out and having the vision for your future.
Swarga Loka, the first parallel universe after Bhuvar Loka is Swarga Loka. That's actually the first proper parallel universe, because Swamiji says Bhuvar Loka is just like an open dimension. There's no Loka there. It's just like a space. Swarga Loka, like the way Swamiji explained it, is so beautiful, because we never really understand. When we all talk about the concept of heaven, we think heaven means, oh, okay, it's all about pleasure. But what exactly is heaven? What, when we say pleasure, our understanding of pleasure is so filled with the limited understandings of what we experience in Bhuloka. But like Swamiji beautifully explained, Swarga Loka is the space where you can decide only for life. This place where nothing can ever go wrong. That is where gods live. Actually, our body is hardwired to migrate to these vertical time zones. When you go to Swarga Loka, it is also called as Amara Loka. You know why? Because it's absolute youth, absolute excitement, energy, power, absolute bliss, no boredom, no tiredness, eternal life. Eternal life is what is called as Amara Loka. Actually, in Swarga Loka, right, the movement of time does not tire you. Every moment that time passes, time does not tire you. So you never age. What is aging? As time passes, every time, the moment, every second that the time, the skin of the cosmos rubs against your skin, you get tired. You get, as you keep tiring, you keep aging. But in Swargaloka, time does not tire. That is why Swargaloka exists where no one ever gets tired of time passing. See, most of the times you always feel constantly, oh, if I work for money, I may not be able to work for relationships. I will not be able to work for, all the other, the pleasures that I get. I may not have time, energy. If I focus on romance and relationships, the time to maintain my health will not be there. And how you will be able to go, if you focus on health, you will not be able to go for have the pleasures of enjoying the bar, the drinks, the dance. But we're always afraid of expansion in life. Some point, we all deny life due to our self-doubt or our projected fears. Many times we say, oh, just now I finished, let me live my life peacefully for some time, then let me think about all of this. I think it's too much to cognize right now. I don't think I'm ready for it right now. How many of you experience like this, where you are afraid to make certain decisions and actions because of your doubt and fear? How many of you have these kind of incidents in your life where the part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial means you have the higher possibility, but even you have the fear you may not be able to handle yourself in that higher possibility. Fear that you may fail, you may collapse, fall down again and again. And because of that fear of failure, the possibility which you took, which you deny, that is your identity, yourself in Swargaloka. When you decide to live that whole by being ferocious with your self-doubt, you say, hey, even if I fail, it's okay. Failing is not wrong. But being in the space without trying is the crime. Listen very carefully. You may fail 20 times. You may declare the project. You may keep failing. Failing is not wrong. But if you decide you will never stand up with that failure, that is wrong. See, imagine all of you, every one of you here, you were all, when you were young, you didn't know how to walk, right? All of you here, 100% of you here, as young children, would have stood up, fell down 100 times. But thank God, society didn't teach you the concept of failure at that point in time. Otherwise, imagine no child will be able to walk. Human beings will be crawling, only crawling. Why did we start walking? Because when we are young, our consciousness expresses itself. We do not put that blockage called failure. Because you don't give up, you keep doing. That's why you start manifesting. Otherwise, this concept of failure, this concept of, oh, this is not happening, it is a failure, comes in and just disrupts the whole inner space. Otherwise, Ma, Melanie is saying, Ma, that is such an astounding thing to realize. Isn't it so true, Ma? Like, imagine, otherwise, all of us would have by now only been crawling, correct? Imagine the first time you fell, if your mother told you, oh God, it's a failure. You're a failure, you're not being able to stand. If the concept of failure was introduced to you, the whole humanity would be like lame. Nobody will be able to walk, will be crawling. Or probably never realizing a potential even to move. Because you did not know, first time when you fell, you thought it's okay. Again, you stood up. It was not second time you worked. 100 times you would have fallen. Luckily, fortunately, kids don't know failure. That is why Swamiji tells failure is a crime. Means labeling things failure. You can fail. Things may not happen. But stopping at that without trying is the real crime. That means Swamiji tells that's worse than suicide because you're destroying your own possibility. You're denying your possibility. How many of you are catching this? See, for example, you may be in a situation where 5 years you try to earn money, but you're not able to make money. Again, being afraid of trying is the crime, is the Atmahatya, is a spiritual suicide you commit. Because just by you deciding not to further, you are denying a possibility of yourself. Actually, I request every one of you here to take a few minutes, pen down what are all the decisions you made where you denied because of your self-doubt or self-denial. Take a few minutes and please pen down all the situations where you denied your higher possibility because of your self-doubt and self-denial. Please relax. See, whenever you experience the space of completion, whenever you manifest inside of you the space of completion, you literally manifest the ability to connect with nature. Today, we're all going to be manifesting a beautiful power called the power of Bhuta Jaya, the power of oneness over the elements. Every one of you that are sitting here right now, whenever you tune yourself into the space of completion, right, you actually start manifesting the ability to connect with nature. You start manifesting the ability to experience that space of oneness. See, this is not power over nature. You can never have power over nature. If you try to have power over nature, then you will never, nature will simply just show you its reality. It'll just one tornado is enough for you to be finished. You can never try to conquer something. This concept of conquering is completely westernized idea of way of thinking. This power is power of oneness with the elements. When you connect yourself from the space of oneness, this power manifests in you. Take a few minutes. I request all of you to connect with wind. Just sit, experience tremendous friendliness with wind. Just connect to it and play with it. Just play with the wind energy and try using that wind energy to move a curtain, to turn off a flame. Try using that for something, but intensely sit and do it. You
Paramashiva
will immediately actually see the
wake up
way
in
the
you.
manifestation will start happening.
Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, I hope all of you are doing the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham.
How many of you saw that the fire element is responding to you? The flame is responding, like as a significance of you having the ability to move the wind. How many of you saw it is responding to you? All right. Now we are going to enter into a very, very important session. In this session, we are going to be learning about who is Bhagavān Nataraja, the cosmic dance of Paramashiva, and the secrets behind this cosmic dance. Why is this cosmic dance? What does that signify? So let's learn the revelation now from Swamiji.
Listen, I am in such a state now. I am going to make too many important revelations. The multi-dimensional logic of the cosmos I will reveal. Surely the binary logic cannot understand what I am trying to tell. Binary logic will not be able to because it is not matured enough, it has not grown up enough to catch the cosmic reality. Understand? If you can grasp a being, conscious being, creating the principles of creation, creating the principles of creation, not just creation, creating the principles of creation with one hand and sustaining the principles of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation, and rejuvenating in one hand. The principles of creation, principles of sustenance, and principles of rejuvenation, and principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through one hand, manifesting the principles of manifestation, manifesting the principles of sustenance, principles of rejuvenation, principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through the other hand, sustaining, not just sustaining what is created, sustaining principles of creation and principles of sustenance. The other hand, not just destroying or rejuvenating, rejuvenating even the principles of rejuvenation. And through the thrown up leg, liberating, and the leg which is pressing the demon, Muyalaka, pulling beings out of delusion. Not just pulling beings alone out of delusion, pulling even the principle of creation, maintenance out of delusion. And with the leg which is thrown up in the air, giving liberation not just to the beings, even to the principle of creation, maintenance, rejuvenation. Pulling out of delusion and liberation. Doing all this not only without stress, in ecstatic dance. Just even if you grasp intellectually this, you will grasp Nataraja, the Ananda Dandava, cosmic dance of Nataraja. That is the meditation, ultimate meditation, connecting with Paramashiva, Nataraja. Ananda Tandava, bliss dance, Nataraja, who manifested from Ishana space of Ishana face, Phase, face, space. Listen carefully. All the other four, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Satyojata, Agora, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, all these other are FACES, faces, and PHASES, spaces of Paramashiva. Ishana is face Space, space. FACE, PHASE, SPACE, all three. Chidambara. From the Ishana space, Nataraja manifests. Nataraja is the liberating principle. Mukti Tattva. Understand? Cosmic dance. Mukti Tattva of Nataraja. Cosmic dance of Nataraja. Is the ultimate liberating principle. I will map it to your prajna now and support you and make you manifest this as a reality. Listen carefully. I'll bring it down to my prajna and manifest it in all your prajna and make it into vijnana. Listen. Paramashiva, when he was dancing, suddenly one anklet falls, but he is not stopping the dance. He doesn't feel stuck. He doesn't bother about the so-called perfection. Understand? He is an absolute perfectionist. But when he is dancing, perfectionism does not stop his action. Perfectionism does not put him in inaction. If you lived around me, you will know exactly the meaning of this word. I am an absolute perfectionist, but my perfectionism will never stop me starting my projects, starting my work. I will not even miss putting the jewelry on the throne, but when I started this whole Sri KAILASA project, I did not even have my own land. People who live around me, they know how perfectionist I am, but my perfectionism never stops me starting new projects or venturing into projects. He continues to dance and Adisesha rushes and ties himself and makes himself as an anklet, and Paramashiva continues to dance. This is the key. Perfectionism, which does not make you stop or feel stuck and capped, is the liberating principlic action. Understand? You cannot see more perfect than Paramashiva's Ananda Tandava. But when his anklet falls, he doesn't wait. He continues. In your life, either you give up perfectionism or you give up beginning, initiating, continuously moving. In these two, you give up any one. That is what is delusion. Listen, feeling stuck is the only sin in the life. Cosmos does not feel stuck just because of its nature of not feeling stuck. It manifests the space of perfectionism. Understand? Listen to what I am talking intensely. Intense action. Start 10 projects. If you are stuck, feeling stuck in one project, Go on be doing other 9. By the time you're pushing the other 9, this feeling stuck will dissolve. Understand there is no such thing as stuck in reality. It is always only feeling stuck. Eschatology does not exist in Paramashivam Jnana. Everything is ontology. There is no end. Understand that. There is no end. Paramashiva Tandava of cosmos. Its perfection is because it doesn't get stuck. Stop feeling stuck. Stop being stuck. You will manifest perfectionism. Understand. Don't give up on perfectionism, but don't stop actions. Binary logic teaches you, if you want to be perfect, start late after preparing everything. Multidimensional logic teaches you, only by your action you will reach the perfection. You will manifest the perfection. Do not give up on perfection, but do not stop acting. Understand, enlightenment is ultimate, not final. It is constant happening. In few days you will see the whole satsang background and the way it is going to be relayed. It's all going to be next level. The whole background, LED screen, or the high definition, or the volume quality, or the different mics, all that thing set. It's going to be next level. But I don't wait for all that to get set and then start the satsang. Then I'll never be able to start. I know the great Shiva Bhuta Ganas work around me. I just start the dance by its intensity. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Not imperfection to perfection. No. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Listen carefully. Always be like Nataraja doing Ananda Tandava. Not bothered about one anklet falling. Not bothered about some musical instruments less. Let Ananda be your fuel. Nithyananda be your fuel. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. I tell you, this principle which I am teaching today always manifest ultimate. Don't feel stuck, but know it very clearly, it is not final. My publicly recorded biography starts maybe from 1990, because that's when the first evidences and records, earliest records of my gurus initiating me or giving me the mantras and those books, papers, notebooks, write-ups, all that we are recovering, retrieving. Earliest recorded public life. We are also getting all the more detailed evidences, documents, thanks to autobiography team. Understand, now everything looks so perfect, but I did not wait for perfection. Started. Start the Ananda Tandava, bliss dance of your life. When you start dancing, perfection happens. When this earth manifested, it was not like this, a perfect globe shape. But by rotating, it got beautifully aligned and became beautiful globe. Listen. When I look back into my life, how Arunagiri Yogeshwara has installed this powerful cognition into my system. Do not stop the Ananda Tandava due to any idea of feeling stuck. Feeling stuck. If it does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. This is the essence of today's satsang. Listen. Feeling stuck. If does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. Don't stop Ananda Tandava, the cosmic life. Whether your actions to manifest the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, KAILASA of Paramashiva, whether your actions to manifest health, wealth, beautiful relationships, career, success, enlightenment, mental health, happiness, whatever you think as your cosmic dance. Go on, go on, go on. Continue the dance. If you are feeling stuck, intensify the dance. That feeling stuck will disappear. If you stop the dance, slow down the dance, and feeling stuck will become stuck. Dangerous. Feeling stuck is delusion. Stuck is death. Don't stop. Let Nithyananda be the source of your life and be highly active. You will become life positive, and all the perfectionism of Paramashiva will manifest through you. Understand the epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Epistemology is a branch of philosophy that investigates the origin, nature, methods, and limits of human knowledge. Feeling stuck is the worst thing binary logic does to you. Even if you feel your whole life is a chaos, don't stop the cosmic dance. Continue to dance. Manifest, manifest, manifest. Continuing to dance. Nitya is the brand of Nithyananda. Understand one thing. Do not be stuck in anything. Nothing is a bad decision in your life other than being stuck. Being stuck is only delusion, only trobhava, only negativity. Epistemology of the human nature. Understand? The origin, nature, methods, and limits of human knowledge. I am teaching you the epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Essence of epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Be like Nataraja. Continue dancing. Continue dancing. Continue dancing. Be Nitya, eternal. Nothing is wrong decision if your whole life is seen together other than feeling stuck or being stuck. Nothing is wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, 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 flowing. Nothing is a wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, flowing, flowing. That is the beauty of life. Paramashiva assumes form at many times, comes to earth for various reasons, and even goes and stays inside the civilization, inside the earth. Six times planet Earth, all life completely got extincted on the planet Earth. Planet Earth became empty, no life. 6 times this has happened from the time Earth is formed. Every time Paramashiva sent life back to planet Earth, those 6 times only we worship 6 Abhishekams of Nataraja. Those exact 6 astrological times when Paramashiva sent life back to planet Earth from Kailasa, those 6 times only. Please understand, 5 times complete extinction and 6th time he has sent and we are still here. And 6 times he sent life, super consciousness back to planet Earth. Whatever level it is, prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva. Intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer. Connect with Paramashiva. Today, great day. Nataraja's first Abhishekam. So in all the Kailasas, Puja, Abhishekam, Arati to Nataraja is getting done. Nivedyams are offered. Let's connect with Nataraja, receive his blessings. So nice to have wonderful Nataraja Abhishekam, Nataraja's Puja. Life is cosmic dance. Life is cosmic dance. Nothing compared to the beauty of cosmic dance, the highest, most powerful principle or most powerful manifestation of Paramashiva is Nataraja. Literally doing Panchakritya with bliss. Let's meditate on that form. Nataraja. Connect with Nataraja. Paramashiva himself in the form of Nataraja. Let's connect. And this is the boon for all my disciples. You will experience Nataraja now. First, let us connect with him. Nataraja is real. He is the cosmic dance. And he is the cosmos. Connect with him. Let's connect with him. With the Mahavakya. All my disciples will experience Nataraja now.
So beautifully, Swamiji explained to us and gave us such an amazing boon, no matter what. Even if you're feeling stuck, do not stop your cosmic dance. The Ananda Tandava of Nataraja, Paramashiva. What did each of you understand from this? See, let's understand a little more on how Bhagavān Nataraja looks, what he signifies, what he stands for. May I request all the participants to intensely listen. Okay, there are someone named, okay, I see that there is someone unmuted in the female room. We're checking on it. I sincerely apologize for it. I hope now all of you are, all the other participants are muted. I request
All of you, all the participants, many of you are here. I am aware that you're all sitting here through the night and all that. I have request to all of you here. I request all the participants to be continuously sharing what you're understanding and everything, because that will really help us learn further. These cognitions are not the way Swamiji told. Never wait for perfection. Paramashiva is the most ultimate perfectionist. Yet he never waits for everything to become perfect. Imagine if we are given a project, let's say to start a nation, what will you do? You will say, firstly, you will take, all of us, when I say you, I mean each of us, we'll all take more than 48 hours just to convince ourselves if this is possible or not. Somehow, if you succeed that debate with yourself, then you will wait for first resources to come. You will wait for you to get a land. Then you'll say, well, after land comes, then I need money. After money comes, you'll say, I need people. After people come, you'll say, I need infrastructure. Only after all this are planned, you will even start executing. By then, execution becomes a load. Just when Swamiji was living under a thatched hut, you all should know, in 2002, when Swamiji started the whole mission, after Swamiji realized his avataric mission, he realized, he's here for a purpose and everything. Swamiji was living in a hut. There was not even a permanent structure to hold Swamiji. Swamiji didn't even have anything. We'll show you the picture from the Erode time, where Swamiji had absolutely nothing with him. But at that time, when Swamiji didn't even have a permanent roof over his head, when devotees asked what Swamiji wants to do, Swamiji said, I want to create a nation. From that moment till now, never once Swamiji gave up. That time Swamiji did not say, hey, come on, I don't even have enough people around me. There was no money. Swamiji didn't even have a permanent house. When I say house, I mean an adinam. He didn't even have a proper roof. It was just 3 thatched hut and at the banks of the river Kaveri. And it was like so simple. There was no permanent structure. At that time, Swamiji was so clear with his vision. He said, I want to build a nation. Imagine never waiting for perfection, just a boy in his 20s with such a staunch vision. And Swamiji just made it happen. Every time you get stuck in life, getting stuck in life is a sin. Getting stuck in life is a karma. That is why Swamiji tells, karma is nothing but the thought current that makes you feel stuck. Just if you break free from this one thought pattern that makes you feel stuck again and again, you'll have such a liberation. Feeling stuck is the only sin in life. Actually, you all should know this. The moment you hear, the moment you cognize this one truth, you will suddenly see that the whole life will be so smooth, the way life manifests for you. You go on doing. That's why Krishna tells in Bhagavad Gita, right? He tells, Karmanye vadikaraste mapaleshu kadachanaha. He tells, just go on doing your action. Leave the results to the divine. If we constantly wait for perfection, you will be waiting. There's a very funny story that I remember Swamiji always tell. There was one old man, okay, he's almost in his 90s. He is sitting by the beach and he's just looking at, every woman that is crossing by. So the friend is very curious and he asks, what are you doing? He says, I'm waiting for a perfect woman. Then he's saying, I'm sitting on the beach, I'm waiting. So he asks, waiting for whom? He says, a perfect woman. He says, what? Perfect woman? And the last so many years you didn't get it? He said, no, I got one. Then what happened? The friend asked. He said, she was searching for a perfect man. We all will forever be looking for perfection outside, which will never happen. Row your boat as you build your ship. Whatever that you are doing, never be stuck for perfection. Life doesn't happen that way. By the law of life, it does not happen by what is your idea of perfection and not. The law of life is it flows with how life functions, how life exists. So if you just understand every moment, look where all in your life are you stuck? What are the cognitions that you are stuck? See, Nataraja, actually you all can see this form. This is the form of Nataraja. And this is the form in which Paramashiva performs the Ananda Tandava. Like Swamiji was describing the session, right? It is in this form that Paramashiva performs the Ananda Tandava. And continuously he is performing the cosmic dance. He keeps making himself available to the whole world. And he performs the cosmic dance. As you all can see here, this particular form consists of all the Panchakrityas. Srishti, creation. Sthiti, maintenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberation. All of you should see this form, okay? This whole form depicts how Swamiji was continuously never waited for all resources. You know why I'm telling this? This particular deity that you're all seeing, this form of Paramashiva as Nataraja, this deity you're all seeing, is personally hand carved by Swamiji. You all can see here.
Actually, this is called the Chidambaram of the West, Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple, Seattle, USA. And it was inaugurated on 24th February 2008 by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The 15 feet tall Sri Ananda Nataraja is the largest living deity of Nataraja in the world. Swamiji blessed this temple, saying, since the skies are always celebrating, let this temple radiate Akasha, the ether energy, and bless this Nataraja. This is in Seattle. The Bhagavān Nataraja deity is personally carved by Swamiji himself. Yeah, Swamiji was chanting the mantras and carving the deity. The deity actually, when Swamiji used to carve the deities, like literally whole time, full night Swamiji will sit. Like how Swamiji shares, I'll sit the whole night and carve in Biddi. And the workers, they have to support me. Like they help me by turning the deity, and it's too big. Sometimes you have to turn to do the side shaping of the face, side shaping of the body. So the workers have to be there supporting me and helping me. Understand, Swamiji himself personally used to sit and he used to carve the deity. This Nataraja fully is hand carved by Swamiji. And this is after starting the mission. This is after starting the public life. This is like in 2004. Swamiji himself used to go to the place where the workers are sitting and carving, Swamiji will go sit amongst them, and he would take, it'll become very late in the night, and Swamiji will have 2 idlis. That's all. The whole day and night, Swamiji will be sitting there. Sometimes the workers will take turn to help Swamiji. And throughout, Swamiji will be sitting. There'll be one person holding the lamp, night, right? So light will not be there. So they'll have this lantern and hold and sit over there, or sometimes torch and sit there. And Swamiji himself used to sit and carve, chisel, do the chiseling, do the entire carving process. And this is that Nataraja. There were like days when there was no electricity in the Adinam. So this happened after the Bidadi was established, after the inauguration, and like Swamiji had already started his mission. And the first world tour was done around that time. So there was no there was no electricity, but that time it was still a starting struggle period, right? Like there was no electricity at that time. So they used to have this lanterns and lamp torch and launder lamp. So in the launder lamp, Swamiji will keep a paper, the original Dhyana Shloka, the exact agamic description, how Bhagavān Nataraja is described. So that Dhyana Shloka, Swamiji would keep that paper, and every moment that Swamiji is carving, Swamiji used to chant the Dhyana Shloka and carve. And this is the first ever life-size deity that Swamiji carved. And this was in 2002, when Swamiji was just 24 years old. Swamiji carved his beautiful deity of Bhagavān Nataraja. You know, it's just so sweet to even listen to this, right? Swamiji himself is to be, he'll not wait for anything. See, we all can say resources, let me have my resources ready first, let me have, I mean, this is something that stops us in experiencing multiple things in our life. How many of you see that you wait for your resources, you wait for, let things happen, then I'll start. But just look at this grand deity. Swamiji himself sat through day and night, and he himself personally hand carved this deity and then built the temple in Seattle, USA, inaugurated the temple there in 2004, 2 years after carving the deity. It's like, wow, I'm just so amazed at how many things at a time Swamiji does, and without feeling stuck. Like, forget about even feeling stuck. No question of even thinking to wait for resources. Let this all come, then I can start. You would never see that in Swamiji. Understand? Like, actually, there's a beautiful quote here from Swamiji. All of you can see. Swamiji says, understand, now everything looks so perfect, but I did not wait for perfection. I started. My publicly recorded biography starts maybe from 1990, because that's when the first evidences and records, the earliest records of my gurus initiating me, of giving me the mantras, books, papers, write-ups are available. Start the Ananda Tandava, bliss dance of your life. When you start dancing, perfection happens. Always manifest the ultimate. Don't feel stuck. You all can see this image. The left one that you're seeing is a box of Rudraksha malas and Rudrakshas used from childhood by Swamiji. And when we say childhood, it's not just like from the age of 10, 12, like that. No. From Swamiji's birth, literally, Swamiji has been having all of these from his very young, when Swamiji was just 2 years old, 3 years old. These records are available from that time itself. The right side, what you're seeing, is a traditional mala, necklaces that Swamiji wore on his spiritual tours to Sabarimala and which is a shrine in South India dedicated to the Hindu god Ayyappa, energy of Bhagavān Paramashiva and Mahavishnu, which are worn by the yatris during their spiritual practice and pilgrimage to Shabarimala.
And here we all can see how Swamiji, these are the different deities that Swamiji himself used to worship. Actually, you all should know, every bit of Kailasa, what you see as Kailasa, was started by Swamiji at his young age. This deity collection you all see, right? The deity collection that you all see here, right? This is exactly what stands today as the largest collection of deities in the world. Imagine for one person to achieve one task in their life. Like, for example, let's say a person who's dedicated his whole life for building the largest library. Or a person could dedicate his whole life for building a temple, a grand scale temple. But Swamiji single-handedly built a whole. Look at Swamiji. If you just have to describe Swamiji, right? You will say he's a great, amazing, speaker. The way Swamiji speaks, like millions of people have walked out of their depression and things just by listening to satsangs. And the way Swamiji has achieved Guinness World Records in conducting the largest Shivastamba yoga and Kundalini Rajju yoga, which means reviving these two sections and reviving the whole yoga in a very unique manner. Next, Swamiji has established the world's largest Hindu library. Swamiji has established the world's largest Hindu university. Swamiji has the record of the most number of songs composed on a single person. Swamiji has the record for the most number of festivals celebrated in a year in a temple. Swamiji has the record for the most number of the books written by a single author. Imagine, just each of this one aspect can be one person's whole life's achievement. And here Swamiji's even not even half of the life is done. Like Swamiji's just 40s. And already Swamiji has established so much. How is it possible? And tell me, have any of you ever seen Swamiji with stress? Many of you here have known Swamiji for a long time, correct? And many of you here have had the blessing of meeting Swamiji physically also. I see a wide smile on many people's faces. Have any of you ever seen Swamiji getting stressed? Have any of you ever noticed Swamiji say, "Oh God, there's so much to do"? Taking it as a burden. Ma Premakaran is saying most number of enlightened beings he has contributed also, right? Yes. I think the most number of consciously awakened beings Swamiji is only gifted to planet Earth.
And not just that, like in every aspect, every project that Swamiji has started, always Swamiji has some or the other record. Like he keeps breaking records. If you see, whether a single, just this Kailasa, whether it's an Annadan, whether it is in Jnanadan, means whether it is giving the knowledge, Swamiji is the only person who has written commentary on all the major scriptures of Hinduism. 108 Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Jain Sutras, and Ashtavakra Gita, Guru Gita, like this, all the major scriptures of Hinduism, including the Shat Darshanas, Advaita, everything. It is only Swamiji who has given commentary on all of these. There are great incarnations, enlightened masters, who have given commentary on few. They might have given commentary on Brahma Sutras, but not Patanjali Yoga Sutras and Upanishads. Or some might have spoken about Upanishads, but not on Bhagavad Gita and not on Shiva Sutras. Like this, there are various enlightened masters who have done commentary, whose commentaries are they are great. They have given They have given so many commentaries on all of these. But no one has ever given commentary on all the scriptures, all the major scriptures of Hinduism. It is only Swamiji. And Swamiji has the largest Rudraksha collection. Swamiji has the largest palm leaf scriptures collection. Largest number of Brahmotsavam celebrated in 1 year. Oh my God, like anything Swamiji starts, he started all of these when he was just 2 years, 3 years old, like a baby. He started at that time. And now everything is breaking world records.
See, so many, every one of you, just see Swamiji's life. This is not just to see, one is Swamiji is doing so much. That is one. Second, Swamiji is showing by example what you, me, all of us can do. Like, imagine, I'll just give you all an example. Most of the time, by the time we reach a certain age, we say retirement. That's all, over. We can't do more than this. But look, Swamiji makes so many of us, even I have seen so many people who, even after a certain age, where typically people retire, they still actively participate in the Sangha, take up so much of responsibility, and they're all actively doing. And I've never seen them, not have energy. Like, for example, Ma Virupaksha, all the programs that I have conducted so far, every single program I've seen her sit and do the French translation. And not a single day I've seen her get tired. And even before, from the time I met Swamiji the first ever time in 2013 till now, I have seen Ma Virupaksha sitting and doing the translation of every single satsang. And I wonder, it is only around Swamiji that people gain so much of energy. Their age never becomes a barrier. There is no limitation whatsoever. And people just go on expressing their peak potential. Swamiji tells, when you realize, when you are a being who's living life to your fullest, everyone around you will also be living life to their fullest. The moment you awaken yourself to that ultimate responsibility, life has to awaken others around you to their ultimate responsibility. This is the biggest thing we all need to learn from Swamiji. The way Swamiji carries out the whole thing. I saw one comment, one of the participants saying that they had met Swamiji when Swamiji traveled to France. Sorry, I saw the message, but I missed the name. So I'm not able to pick up. One of the participants had shared. I wanted to tell Ma, actually, Swamiji, when Swamiji achieved like the whole, Swamiji manifested that avataric mission realization, right? Swamiji had one vision, okay? Swamiji got in his vision a banyan tree. But Swamiji, at that point, Swamiji got two words. Swamiji, one got that the Biddi banyan tree in his this thing, and Swamiji got the word Los Angeles for Western headquarters. Swamiji didn't even know what Los Angeles was. Swamiji asked the people around him, what is Los Angeles? It was there. Swamiji didn't know English. Swamiji knew nothing. I remember one very funny incident when Swamiji had first time when Swamiji went to US. Okay, Swamiji said Swamiji went to the airport and Swamiji was landed in the US. The person who was checking all the visas and everything, the immigration officers, they looked at Swamiji. Swamiji is just like a young man in his 20s. Like he could just be like any other college going kid in the US, right? Swamiji was just in his 20s, and Swamiji was wearing saffron robes, and Swamiji was like having this curly hairs, big kumkum with turban, everything, and he looked so not normally dressed, like as normal people would dress. There was no jeans, there was no cool t-shirt, nothing. So these immigration officers, when they looked at Swamiji, they were like, he's just coming for the first time. Their stereotype of what Indians are. So they had their own judgments about it. And especially when they saw Swamiji in like saffron robe. So they looked at Swamiji, a young boy all by himself who's coming to the US. And Swamiji, at that time, Swamiji was not even so proficient in English or anything. So they looked at Swamiji and they thought like, okay, let's read this thing. And they said, are you very confident that you can come into this thing with this kind of clothes? You're coming to this country with, this type of clothes and everything. So they were just trying to ask Swamiji very subtly like that. You know what was Swamiji's reply? Swamiji just looked at the immigration officer. Swamiji is coming for the first ever time to US. Swamiji looked at them and he said, give me 1 week. I will make this as a fashion trend in America. Today, look at it. Half of the US. How many people wear our saris, Trinetra Tilak so proudly? Every time I see people of, who have come from a completely different background, and when I see so many people wear this saris, Trinetra Tilak, Kandi, Rudraksha. We went to United Nations wearing our sari, Kandi, Kotumala, Rudraksha, Trinetra Tilak. That is Swamiji.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to add to what you're saying. Especially when Swamiji went to the US the first time, right? It was not just going to US for the first time. We need to understand the background a little more. First of all, Swamiji was from a village boy. Usually, especially Indians would know, if you see any foreigner, like anyone who comes from a different country, then you start feeling a kind of shy, reluctant feeling, low feeling, or sometimes cultural shock you'll get because the cultures are completely different. And in the period where Swamiji, this what we're talking is 2003-4. This is very initial period. Swamiji just started his mission. And it's like 1 or 2 years since Swamiji started. That's it. Does not know English. Does not have any kind of a background. I know many of you are shocked. Swamiji did not know English. Like to talk like this. Now Swamiji has gone to the extent of coining words in English and playing with words. But at that time, Swamiji didn't have English, didn't know English. Swamiji had never traveled outside of India. So this is like first time in all of these, have anybody in that position would be feeling so reluctant or like low or kind of like a, cultural shock or shy feeling. Swamiji was out there. When the immigration officer asks this question, Challenge is saying, give me a week, I will make this as a trend in America. Now we can see so many of us so coolly wearing Rudrakshas, wearing Trinetra Tilak, and everyone wants to wear his traditional clothes. But this is how Swamiji started. Like in every aspect, you would see there will be nothing that can stop Swamiji. And I'll feel many times whenever I see this word unstoppable, I feel like that's Swamiji, like literally. Yes, the way how Swamiji is, it's just like, wow. All right. So now this is what all of us need to start living in our lives. Live this Ananda Tandava of Nataraja, Paramashiva in your life.
Do not feel stuck in life. Do not deny your possibility by you feeling stuck in life. That's the key. What matters, right, is that you not feeling stuck. Look back in your life. See, where all were you stuck? Levaya, you asked about what Swamiji said about karma. Karma is nothing but you getting stuck. That is the karma in life. Stop being stuck. See, sometimes what we do, we say, all right, I can't do it perfectly, I'll just do what I know, that's all done. That is also wrong. You see, being in status quo, waiting for suddenly somewhere everything to become perfect someday and you waiting for it is also wrong. Both are not the right ways. Doing simultaneously as you do become perfect is the way that Swamiji has told. Can I request each of you to look back into your life and pen down Where all do you wait for perfection? You stop the whole thing for perfection. Pen down 11 major areas where you are feeling stuck. Take a few minutes. I request each of you to do it. whatever areas you have addressed as the places you're getting stuck in. Look back into those and see where exactly you are stuck in that, and how you can break free and come out of those places, the situations, or the aspects, areas in which you are stuck. Now, I request each of you, in all the areas that you have penned down, decide consciously to come out of that feeling stuck pattern. Wherever you are stuck, right? Pen down how you're going to take up more, expand more, to break through from that area where you're stuck. See, understand. If you're stuck in one place, let's say you have really been looking to manifest a job, okay? And you're looking for how you can achieve it, so you're feeling really stuck there, it's not manifesting. See how you can take up more project. Understand that this logic actually works. I remember one Adinavasi, she told Swamiji that she's feeling she was new, like very newly she had come, and then she said, Swamiji, I feel like, I feel I can't handle so much of pressure. And she was saying that in one of the meetings, I remember she was saying that I always get stressed even outside when I used to work. I can't handle anything in work. I can't handle being asked something. And I'm so overwhelmed, Swamiji. So whenever I have to do even smallest things, I get so overwhelmed. I don't know how to break it. Like that for like a long time, she was like telling Swamiji her issues. Swamiji patiently listened to it. Somebody told, okay, the solution for you is take 10 more projects, finish it in this short time. And somebody gave a very short timeline for it. Everyone was shocked. People are like laughing. And she was like, she didn't even expect such an answer. Then Samji asked, okay, logically, all will think I would have told her, okay, let's reduce, don't feel stressed, don't feel loaded. Samji said, only the society, which is the Samji, like in a very strong way, Samji said, only people who are mentally not, matured, like Samji said, only those people give these kind of solutions. The simple solution is expand. Samji said, you told you're not able to, then demand the expansion from yourself. Swamiji said that every one of us have the ability to expand their individual capabilities. When Swamiji gave that statement to that person, just in a very short span of time, she started like heading a huge department. She started heading the whole Annamandir. She started heading the whole, serving of Annadan and doing so many things. That time Swamiji explained how every time you expect the binary society based limited logic thinking, okay, take break, it's okay if you can't handle. No, if you're stuck in one place, take 10 more projects and expand. That is how life functions. That's a law of life, and that's the exact same thing that we all need to do. Wherever you're stuck, decide that. Now let's enter into the next session where we understand Akasha Tattva, the words.
Space, kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So what he left it for us to understand, from that the word kasha only is there. So let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I'm going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. See, these simple words, feeling suffocated, irritated, I am not okay with all these simple words, only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words, and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is a dance. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage, and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what, I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language, because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva, dancing in the space of Chidambara, generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember 1 or 2 incidents and write, so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, Kasa. You are an adult. You can choose your words. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live. The state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Katam. No, Katam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment, science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all this can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions, and manifest default reality by fault, That is called Katakasha. Listen. Default reality is Katakasha. Conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously. You need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive because you are breathing. You are made to believe you are alive. like ups and downs of the wave, gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen. Will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept unused. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will. To manifest will persistence and will. You need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you. Past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, Akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with Akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me, does not matter. Or yesterday only you entered the program, does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel, listen carefully, after the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life, the frequency of your will existence, raised to the level of frequency of will persistence, to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Tahara Akasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Tahara Akasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Kata Akasha becomes Chita Akasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen. Listen carefully. LBD, active. LBD, active on the space generates time. Anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it. I should call bio-digitizing. Sense it. It hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there is a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Nithyananda. Hope all of us understood about the science of Akasha Tattva, space. How does space actually work? I hope all of us understood that. Actually, like how Swamiji was mentioning in this, that's the way we all talk in Gurukul. In Gurukul, we avoid using I, me, my, and no, not. That's for now for the programs. That's the way we are talking. Otherwise, our normal language that we talk would be avoid knowing, avoid wanting, zero. Like we avoid saying no, not. Because even in that level, negativity should avoid entering us. So it's actually a different language. It'll feel like it's called a Sat Bhasha. And that's the way how we talk in Gurukul. See, how many of you understood how the space actually operates? How many of you understand that how Akasha, the inner space inside of you, operates? The words, why are the words so important? Why do you think that the words that we use inside ourselves are so important? I request you all to take a few minutes and post your understanding from this session. Like,
Actually, I just wanted to add one thing to it. Like Swamiji said, the way we constantly keep repeating, we make a certain experience a certain way to us. The more and more you keep repeating the same word, you create that experience to reflect that same in you. What you tell, utter again and again. How many of you are understanding this? Could you all put yes in the chat? And all those who are listening, can I request everyone to please put yes in the chat? If you are listening, you can put yes, I am listening in the chat. Come on, can I please request each of you to post? How many of you are listening? Yes, okay, I see now. All right. See, if you notice, look back in your life, so many situations in life, just the word you utter, because of continuously uttering a certain word, you give that experience to yourself. There's a small story. Once in a small town, a sage visited the town, and as he passed by a small hut, a woman came to him running and begged him to pray for her critically ill child. And since the saint was very new to the town, a whole group gathered around him, and people are all curious to see what, will he be able to do anything? So the woman brought the sick child to him and he chanted the prayer over the child. Then suddenly from the crowd one noise came. Do you really think your prayer will help when the medicine itself has failed? After all, your prayer are just mere words, yelled a man from the crowd. The sage looked at the man and he said, You idiot, you have no idea what I'm doing. So just shut up and get out of here. The sage yells at the man. The man is shocked. He's like, How can a sage talk like this? And the man was furious. His face became hot and red. He looks at the sage and snaps back. How dare you speak to me like that? He fumed. The sage smiled calmly and responded, Well, if one word has the power to make you so furious, why can't another word have the power to heal this child? The saint asked with a smile. The man realizes and falls at the feet of that enlightened master. Understand, be careful what words you use, because what is the height of your anger and the depth of your guilt are one and the same. Understand, listen to this very carefully. The height of your anger and the depth of your guilt are one and the same. Swamiji tells anger is a double-edged sword. How much ever, like whatever is the height of the anger, the depth of the guilt will be the same. That's why after you hurt another person, that anger turns as guilt inwards. So many times we very casually utter words. We say, "Oh God, I can't bear with all this. Hell with it." All these words that you keep uttering. Many times we say, "Oh, just I want to go away from all of this. I just want to escape and get away from all of this and sit with myself. I can't bear all this." Then understand that is the experience you are giving. The more and more you utter that word, that becomes an experience. If you keep uttering a certain word, you will actually experience that as a reality. Every moment you constantly utter a certain word, life reflects that only as a reality to you. Many times I have noticed whenever I carry a certain word, which will not even be my original experience, but I'll keep on repeating it so many times, and I'll end up having that as my incompletion. The words have power over you. What words you give, what words you utter towards a certain experience, how it will become. That's how the experience will be. Are you all catching it? How many of you have had this experience where you utter some word for a certain experience and then you end up having that as your experience in life? Understand that means in all those situations, if you just visit back, you will notice this is the exact thought current. At some point, some situation, we utter words constantly, unconsciously, we go on uttering, we go on cursing, we go on uttering. And that is what becomes the experience in life. Every time we consciously create the experiences like this. Are you all understanding? This is what Swamiji revealed as Akasha Tattva.
Our words, the moment we utter a word, two objects strike, sound is generated, right? Take your hands, clap. What's happening? Two objects strike each other, sound is generated. When thought hits the space, reality is generated. Understand, every thought you carry matters. Every thought you carry matters. You can impact, influence, change the space and change your reality by changing the space. You have that power. Okay, see a question. How does the cognition that words create our experience to the cognition that we create what we believe? Actually, Akash Jeronemasaya, the words you cherish inside you directly influence and impact what you deeply cognize inside yourself. If, for example, you are trying to avoid a particular situation, let us say deep inside you, you're believing strongly that something is not going to happen. But you go on uttering in your inside you as words, and just outside to encourage people or to encourage yourself, you keep uttering, oh, this will definitely happen, this will definitely happen. But at the same time, you're also cherishing the words inside you that it is not going to happen. When we say words uttering to yourself, it's not just what you talk, it's also what you hold inside of you. So what kind of belief you have is the type of words you will be cherishing inside you. Otherwise, you'll be cherishing two conflicting thought currents at the same time. Only confusion will be your reality. Understanding? So the words that we cherish inside of us is going to be from what we have as a belief inside us. Okay, now all of you, before we continue further, I request you all, take a few minutes and I request every one of you to choose at least 5 of your friends. Tell them, share with them this understanding you have received. Any 5 people. What understanding and click you received from this session about how your words, the words we cherish, is the reality you're going to generate. Like it directly influences the reality you're going to generate. Can you take any 5 people and send them this understanding you got just by sharing with them that I'm attending this program. I just want to share with you a click that I got. 5 people. Because once you send them a simple WhatsApp message, they would start asking you. Sometimes they may react to you. Sometimes they may ignore your message. Sometimes they may ask you some questions. But through any ways they do, you are going to be having, through the power of your space, see, you will very clear, because this is going to be a conscious action. You will also see how whether their reactions are going to trigger another reaction inside of you. Then when you're sending a message to them, the words you are going to carry inside you matters, because the words you generate inside you is exactly what is be the response from outside too. So can we try this? Can I request all of you? Just 5 people. Can you all choose? Any 5 people. You can invite them. Please invite them for the program. Let them also come and join. This is a free program. Swamiji has made this program available for free. Akasha Tattva, Pavanaya, Akasha Tattva is not the same as the element of space as we know it. The Akasha that is also part of this. Vyoma is different. Akasha is different. Vyoma is part of the 5 elements. Prithvi, Apa, like that we have read. Earth, water, Prithvi, Apa, Agni, Vayu, and Akasha. All of these 5, in that what comes as space is different than what we call as space over here. It is not just a physical element alone, though that physical element is also a part of Akasha, but Akasha itself is not just Vyoma. Vyoma is part of Akasha. In Pancha Bhootas, what comes as the 5th element is only Vyoma. It's not Akasha. We use the words interchangeably, but that is only an element. It's not consisting of the whole Akasha. It's one element of Akasha. Why I'm saying this is, you had mentioned saying, it's like Akasha Tattva is the element that makes this possible. Akasha Tattva, what we are learning, is the principle of space. How exactly, like unit of space. Swamiji is just expanding to us about unit of space, how space functions. So when you understand the unit, you will understand how the whole Akasha functions. Knowing that, you will be able to manifest powers like ability to influence the situations, ability to play with the space dimension. All that will become a part of your, like a power that you will be having and radiating.
Actually, just I wanted to add another answer to Akash Chiranamasaya's answer. Actually, see, Swamiji tells what we are, how you cognize yourself. You are nothing but a bunch of words. What words you cherish about yourself? All of us carry certain words about us. Good, bad, right, wrong is different, but we all carry certain words. We all think, we all have different words or way we cherish inside ourselves. Based on the words you cherish, you cognize you, and based on the words you cherish towards others cognize you the same way. There's a very beautiful story for this. Once King Akbar and his enlightened
It
minister.
was a famous story.
Once King Akbar and his enlightened minister, they're walking, okay? And there's a sandalwood seller. So what happens? Suddenly, Akbar looks at this sandalwood seller and he tells Birbal, Birbal, you know what? The moment I look at him, I just feel like I have to hang him to death. I feel so furious towards him. I feel so much of hatred towards him. I don't know why. I don't know what is even happening. So Birbal patiently listens to it. They walk by, and about a week or two later, again Akbar comes. Akbar and Birbal is walking, and then again Akbar happens to see the same sandalwood seller. He looks at that man. He says, Birbal, it's so strange, isn't it? This time I feel so happy. Like I feel like I just want to go give him a hug. I feel so much of love towards him. I don't know why. Then Birbal laughs and he tells that last time when Akbar had told this, Birbal actually went to inquire about that person. He went to find out. Then he found out that the sandalwood seller had his sales were very, very bad and low. So the moment he saw Akbar, the sandalwood seller thought that if the emperor dies, then surely they'll buy a lot of sandalwood. At least that way my sale will increase. So let the emperor die soon. That thought had triggered the response of hatred from Akbar. After that, Birbal said, he went to him and for making some furnitures in the palace, he bought a lot of sandalwood from that sandalwood seller, which made him very wealthy and which made him very, his business very prosperous. So the next time when Akbar was walking, this sandalwood seller felt so grateful to Akbar. He felt so thankful to Akbar for buying things, and that is why Akbar felt so much of love back. Understand, your thoughts have the power. Your thoughts have the power. Your words becomes thoughts, thoughts becomes thought currents becomes actions, actions becomes life. Your words manifest as the reality around you. If you constantly keep saying, oh, life is inauspicious, things don't happen the way I want, then what will life tell? Life will say, Tathastu, so be it. If you keep saying, oh, I don't want this, life is so bad, hell with life will say, Tathastu. Constantly, life happens as per your declaration. This is a very important understanding to have. I request each of you to pen down 5 negative statements that you commonly use in your life. For example, you feel, I feel so suffocated. I can't handle so much in life. I feel, people are all they all dump things on me. Or I feel like this, I feel like that. Write down 5 negative statements that you commonly use, which started making you experience more and more negativity in that inner space, in your inner space. And pen down 5 positive statements that you use in your life, and experience of those statements have actually deepened since the first time you used the statement. For example, you would say, I feel very peaceful after doing puja. Whenever I do some seva for Kailasa, I feel so fulfilled. Write down negative and positive statements. Take a few minutes and pen down.
Nithyanandam? Yes. Okay, I read your question. Pavanaya, you have asked a pretty long question. Is going to be reading, like just giving a gist of what your question is. Pavanaya, can I request you to be on camera? Your participation is good. And would really appreciate if you are on camera, continuously be on camera. And that will also help you to like be much more involved and experience more in the program. Okay. It's a very long message. I'm trying to make it short. So I read your understand. So I read your message. So your basic question is whether, so I'm taking one by one and I'm going to answer your questions. The first question you're asking is how to draw a line on playing with Akasha. Like, is there something right or wrong, like in playing with Akasha Tattva? Because as you also mentioned that you feel like you have a pattern saying you do not want to do anything wrong. So even if that is going to stop you from manifesting powers. First thing, understand. This is a difference between siddhis and shaktis. What we are manifesting are shaktis. In siddhis, the power is manifesting in you because of some tapas you have done. The tapas, the sadhana that you have done is awakening certain powers in you, which is what is making you manifest the power that is called as a siddhi. Like, for example, you will see the reference of this in, do you know the story of Vyada Gita? This is one story how one rishi is actually, one guy is meditating and at one point he gets enlightenment and suddenly he sees like he's in such intense space. He looks up at a bird that disturbs his penance. He just looks at it. The bird reduces to ashes. So he gets so egoistic and then he starts feeling like he has achieved something great. And he starts going, so he is now hungry. And he goes to beg for alms. He sees a lady, he goes to a house and he asks saying like, I Bhiksham dehi, give me some bhiksha. So when he is asking for alms, the lady inside replies telling, wait. This guy is waiting and he starts getting so agitated. He's like, how can she tell me to wait? He's getting really impatient. From the time I came, 2 minutes have passed. She's still not here to serve me. He's getting really angry. And then after some time, so he's thinking already inside himself. He's like, does this lady even know who I am? Does she have any respect for who I am? And for this one thing, she is making me wait for so long. The lady comes back after 10-15 minutes. She comes back and she says, straight, she looks at him and says, don't think I'm going to burn like how you burned those two birds. This guy is shaken. He didn't tell about this incident to anybody. And at once, that ego that is there boiling in him just collapses. And he asks her, oh Devi, who are you? How did you know that I had just burnt the two birds with power of my penance? She says, the only integrity that I have is, my God is my husband, and I was serving him. And because of that chastity, the power had automatically awakened in me, and that's how I know. And she actually says that to know exactly how I know about this, you should meet someone. You should meet my master. He will give you this experience. This guy is delighted. He's like, okay, it's master. And he asks, who's your master? Where he is? She says, she shows the pathway and she says, go there and you will see a butcher shop. Go and ask there, and that guy who is there as a butcher, he will give you the enlightenment. He is shocked. How? What? A butcher? I have done penance for so long. I've done so much sadhana. A butcher is going to give me enlightenment? See, and then he goes, he meets there, and then that person tells how he's unclutched with the action he's doing, and how because his very dharma is to serve his parents, because of which enlightenment itself came to him. So it's a very beautiful story. And the Gita he gives is called as Vyada Gita. In this, if you see the power that this person, when he is meditating, the Rishi, as he is meditating, the power to burn the birds that manifested was a Siddhi. Siddhi does not come with intelligence because it is in the path of your enlightenment. You are doing your sadhana, whereas Shakti is different. Shakti comes with the fundamental cognition of oneness. I am Paramashiva. When that I am Paramashiva manifests, it's not out of your ego, arrogance, none of those. Power manifestation does not happen with that. It is when the power manifestation happens inside of you in a very powerful way. Because of the initiation from the Guru, he transmits his very enlightenment to you. And from that space of enlightenment you are manifesting, that is called as Shakti. Here, you are not manifesting any power as a Siddhi. You are understanding, Ayya? So you don't need to worry about doing something wrong. Moment you start manifesting a power, even if you think that something is wrong is going to happen, you will automatically have the intelligence not to do it. So you just focus on doing the power manifestation, automatically you will have the right intelligence to do the right thing and manifest it the right way. Are you understanding? Second, now all that you're putting about your patterns, I just want to tell you one thing. Inside you, you have your consciousness. Use your conscious capacity to ferociously decide to not entertain, cherish any of these patterns. Patterns are dead snakes that are sitting inside of you. They do not have a life on their own. Your consciousness is what is giving life to them. The words you cherish in your inner space, you go on saying, I'm violent, I'm violent, I'm violent. That is exactly what you are going to be manifesting. But just try changing the word. When I say change the word, changing the word inside of you. Like even the word, when you're sitting all by yourself with you, in the secret corner of your heart, what words are getting cherished? Change that. Then your inner space will become Chidambara, where Nataraja dances. Your inner space can either be filled with the words like violence, anger, all of that, or it can become the Chidambaram, where Nataraja dances. What do you want your inner space to be is in your hands. Anyone else has any other questions? Feel free to post it. What if your thoughts clashes with someone else's negative thoughts? Swamiji had actually answered this in one satsang. Nobody's space can influence you if you are establishing your space in consciousness. Meaning, the more and more powerful cognitions you cherish and you're conscious. Hey, many times we even understand that certain incompletions are there in us only because we are conscious. How? When the moon shines with its own light, it reveals its blind spots, its dark spots, correct? How many of you have seen moon has dark spots on it? How do we see the dark spots? By moon shining itself, am I right? Its very light is showing its dark spots. Same way, the more conscious you become, the blind spots in you will be clearly visible. If you start becoming conscious of it and do the completion process with those thoughts, any other lower energy, negative thought currents will not be able to influence you. Someone else's negative thoughts cannot influence you. But if you are unconscious, definitely it will have an impact over you. Swamiji says, see, if someone is having flu near you, what do? Immediately we try to protect ourselves, right? You cover yourself, try to move away. Thoughts are more infectious even than common cold. It's very infectious. You can easily catch someone else's thought currents even without you realizing. So you need to be conscious of it. Completion process really, really helps you a lot with it. And also, see, in addition to that,
the words that we cherish inside ourselves not only affects us, even it affects the matter in front of you. We all really need to understand that. Many times we think life is happening independent of us. Life is happening independent of your space. How life happens to you has nothing to do with your words inside you, no. If constantly inside you, you believe you can never be rich, but you go on working for wealth, you will never manifest wealth because the belief inside you, the word you carry inside of you is what manifests as reality. Pavanaya, see, I'll give you an example for one part of the question that you asked. If the whole Ganga, there are so many projects people tried, sitting and cleaning Ganga, they could never clean Ganga. And just one lockdown, which means just that time during the COVID time, the factories, everything stopped because of the lockdown. Just when the pollution stopped, Ganga cleaned herself by her. Swamiji explained this much before the whole lockdown. Swamiji very beautifully tells, you can never clean Ganga. But if you stop polluting, she will herself clean her and become pure in less than 24 hours. Your words are like that. The moment we tell this, we all immediately feel like, oh God, it is too much. All my life I've simply thrown words here and there. How can I be like this? How can I suddenly purify? Just because right now I suddenly tell, how will things become all right? Understand? Your decision now matters how you want to use. Till now, you could have used it in any which way. But the moment you realize, in that moment, if you declare, from now, I am not going to anymore do the damage. I am not going to simply utter the words here and there. That one decision is powerful enough for you to create the reality as you want in life. The whole thing is, see, okay, Pavana, I'm just reading the different messages that you have put. Just if you cognize this with one awareness, one decision, if you decide, okay, I am not going to entertain any more non-integrity with my words. Right now, that one decision can change the way you relate to reality itself. The way life occurs to you itself will completely change. Constantly, because you are giving that label to reality, you perceive life like that. See, Vinutha Nagaraj, the same answer applies to you also. You're saying, Ma, I'm feeling agitated, irritated, and angry since I started program. Is it because I'm releasing something? Any tips on what I can do to manage this effect? Two things. One is when your pattern comes out, actually it's the deep cleansing that is happening. If you notice, you will suddenly feel so relaxed every time after you do the completion. All these patterns are removed from you and the whole completion process will happen. But again, once again, for you and for Pavanaya both, if you look at life, let's say, for example, I give you a purple specs. You wear a purple frame specs. You go and look at a white wall. Will you see the white wall as white? No, right? You will see the white wall with the shade of purple. The whole reality in front of you will be purple. It'll be with a shade of purple. Because nothing is wrong with reality. You are looking at the reality with the lens, the purple frame. What do? You put a purple glass, but you go and see a red rose, you say, oh God, why is the red rose not red? It's supposed to be red, why is it purple? Then you declare, life is wrong. All this while I have been cheated. People told rose is red, but to me it's appearing purple. You go to the white wall and you see even that is purple. Then you go on thinking people are conspiring against you. This is how all of us fall back into this vicious cycle in life. The reality has nothing to do. It is just a reflection of what you are seeing it as. The same situation for some people will be like a joy. They'll be like, oh my God. For some people, the same situation will be like a curse on their head. What word you go on repeating, that is what reality will reflect in front of you as. Nothing else. This is the law of life. What is a constant word you go on uttering, go on repeating? That is what you will see as reality. Understanding?
I just want to add, Vinutha Nagaraj, one thing I just want to tell you. The moment you asked, actually, this is the one thing I got in my third eye. Take neem juice and haritaki every day. The toxins are getting released, and you need to hydrate yourself more. Don't think it is psychological, it is physical. Attend to it as a physical issue. Don't beat yourself up thinking you're becoming some, there are so many patterns in you. No. Fortunately, with the blessings of Swamiji, I'm seeing those are getting as a physical thing. It's not psychological for you. It's more physical. So just start having neem juice every morning. Neem juice is not neem grinded with water. It's actually neem. Take some neem leaves, boil it in water, and just let it boil for some time. Once it comes to a nice boil, steep it and just drink that water. This should be drank in the empty stomach early in the morning, and have haritaki every night. So, neem and turmeric tablet is different. This is different one. Take this as neem tea. This is like neem tea, which you take it in the morning, and you will see, if you notice, lately your acidity kind of symptom also would have gone up, because this is what the moment I said, this is the first thing that came. The acidity in your stomach would have also increased, and you will be feeling a constant, like an undercurrent of irritation, like you get agitated, irritated. And do not eat after sunset. Try to reduce the meals and only have neem juice in the morning, and must haritaki in the night. Do not skip these two. You will see a transformation. You have posted. Yes, ma, true. My acidity is bad since last 3 days. That is the only issue. Don't worry. Don't worry about anything else. That's the only issue you're having. So it is a physical problem. Don't beat yourself up by any other words. Don't put yourself down. Okay? Ma, Vinuta, Nagaraj, can I request you to be on camera, Ma? Sir, I do not see you. Trying to search in the Zoom, I do not find you there. See, it is just your physical toxins that are coming up and that are making this reaction inside of you. So that is why if you see, you might get irritated to things that are not even how that like if you are normal, you might not even be that reactive to them, right? So all that is because of the physical issue. So don't worry about it. Just take this and drink a lot of water. See, you're sitting whole day here, 16 hours, right? So you need to hydrate yourself more and do this, just do this process. You will see in next 2-3 days, you'll be perfectly fine. And reduce the meal. Like if you are like, make it 1/10 of what you're having right now. The solid meals. Replace the rest with just liquids. Have how many ever juices you want. But reduce the solid portion of it and you will immediately see an effect. This just appeared in the third day. That's why I just wanted to tell you as soon as you ask the question, and do not worry about it. Okay, see some more people asking. Okay, I didn't intend to do a scan, just since it appeared, I just wanted to tell. Ma Vimala, you just sit and do this completion processes in the sessions intensely. Okay, don't worry about seeing like, okay, whether you are, do not try. See, all of you understand, you are getting more conscious. The reason that many of you are now starting to see your incompletions, Ma Sonia, Ma Vimala, all of you understand. The incompletions inside of you are being visible to you because it is just this. Take this example. Moon, when it shines, it's with its own light, it reveals its dark spots. Am I right? Same way, with your own light, that consciousness that's awakened in you, you're becoming conscious of who you are. So much more than normal, those patterns are visible to you. It is just your consciousness increasing. So don't worry, sit and do the completion processes and all of you hydrate yourself more. Just a reminder, now if you all have not drank water, I request all of you to please take a few minutes and take some water. Please drink some water. That will really help you all. And you will also see your body gets detoxed.
And actually, see, many times the confusion, all that happens inside of you, especially when you're doing it, it's because, see, when typically when you clean a place, what do you do? First, all the garbage you take and you put it out, then you completely cleanse, right? Same way, Swamiji is bringing out all the patterns inside of us. It all comes out and then completely it becomes clean. That is the way we manifest completion and we manifest our higher reality in life. So don't worry. You need to know you are in the most safest hands. Your surgeon is not just a normal surgeon, he's a cosmic surgeon. So you're in the most safest hands. So you relax. Don't worry about all of this. But one thing you need to do is you need to take care of your body in such a way that you are able to receive this energy and experience. Ma Sonia Rao, same for you. Okay. So Ma Vimala, Ma Sonia, and Vinutama, every one of you, just understand this. Swamiji is giving you the experience. He is continuously doing the precise surgical strike on your patterns. So that is why you are feeling all that is coming out, which is good. That means you're really going through that process. By the end of this 21 days, suddenly one day you will see that as if suddenly one whole load has been taken off of you. You will not even know what happened. That is a process of completion. So don't worry. You should be happy. You're in the right track. You're having the right experience. Okay, now we're all going to be entering into a beautiful power, the power of Bhuta Jaya. Our body, see, we all learned about space element, right? Our body is fundamentally made of 5 elements, Pancha Bhootas: earth, water, fire, space, ether, and air. All these 5 elements make up our body. Connecting to your body, connecting to your body as the base, the root of the source of that 5 elements, which is the source of your body, will make you experience so much of healing and shift in your inner space. Now, we're all going to be manifesting the power of Bhuta Jaya, which means oneness over the elements. Listen very carefully. Swamiji tells beautifully. It is not power over the elements. We all have become so insensitive to the surrounding around us. We've all become like so used to, we take the nature so much for granted, is it not? When you wear your belt, the hip is forgotten. When you wear the tie, the neck is forgotten. When you wear the shoes, the leg is forgotten. Only when your belt becomes tight, you remember the stomach. Understand, same way, we have all taken the nature around us so much for granted. How many of you every day actually connect? How many of you are noticing we actually don't connect? We don't relate to the wind. Every moment wind is gushing. There's so much of wind around us. There's so much. We are so much in constant inner chatter. Only when you take a break, when you go to a vacation, even when you go to a vacation, you're only still thinking about, oh God, my boss will call me. Oh God, I need to go back and catch up. Or even when you're enjoying the nature, you go and you're too busy trying to capture that moment. So you try to click selfie, how you can edit and post it on your Instagram. We do not connect to the nature that is abundantly available to us at all times. Is it not? Ma is saying, Maherlene Gomez is saying, I agree on taking nature for granted. Actually, all the pollutions we do, Somji told us, it's a very important revelation. Somji said, whole humanity is trying to run around giving trying to resolve climate crisis. It will never happen till humanity is taught not to live in harmony with the nature and all. Till humanity is taught to connect with nature as their source. Till humanity is taught completion, oneness. Oneness is the only principle. Just this one concept, oh, as long as I live, let me take as much as I can from planet Earth, that's all. After I leave the body, who cares? It's someone else's. The planet Earth is someone else's. Because this concept of only one life is taught, we exploit planet Earth. But in Hinduism, see, everything is worshipped as God. To add sacredness to anything, we just declare that as mother. That's all. To make water sacred, we just call it as Ganga Mata, Devi Ganga. To make food sacred, we just declare food is Annapurani, Devi Annapurani. To make fire sacred, we declared fire as Agni Devata. To make cow sacred, we declared as Gomata, mother, cow. To make education sacred, we declare education as Saraswati. To make power sacred, we declared power as Durga. To make wealth sacred, we declare wealth as Lakshmi. The very thought current in Hinduism is so beautifully established, you cannot take anything for granted. You will, that's why they say, if you kick a book, you are directly kicking Saraswati. That's why you're not supposed to touch the book with the leg. You're not supposed to waste the food. Why? It's Annapurani. You're not supposed to take money for granted or use it for wrong purpose. Why? It is Lakshmi. Everything is taught so beautifully. Bhumi, you can never take Mother Earth for granted because she is Bhumi Devi. But somehow we all lost touch. We all got this disconnect. And now we're all living in a place where even to enjoy nature, people go to Google and see nature and watch nature pictures. We are so busy. Even when you go for a vacation, you're not enjoying that. You instead try taking selfie, try making reels, try doing this and that to capture that moment. Swamiji very beautifully tells, you can never have power over the nature. your ability to express oneness over the nature, your ability to express oneness with the nature. That is the way reality manifests. As long as you try to grab the nature, you will never have nature manifest what you want for you. Understand, first and foremost lesson to manifest any power is not power over others, power is oneness over others. Unfortunately, our unconscious mind always tends to think naturally you will be pushed to manipulate, to control. Manipulation is not manifestation. That is the difference between black magic and white magic. Black magic is manipulation. Power is not black magic. Power, you can never manipulate something. Try. You can never manipulate anyone with powers. Power comes from ultimate non-violence. Even with manipulation, you can try controlling nature. It will be very short span of time. You will read so many Puranas and all. Suddenly, you will see some Asura will win over 3 worlds, some Asura will have control over the whole universe. But it will give you, manipulation will give you, but for a short span of time. After some time, nature will just simply one, you can think, oh, Vayudeva, come on, listen to me. Simply one wind, if he blows hard, that's all, you will fly away. Understand? Every time you try to play with the wind, either stopping or agitating or aggravating with the mood of oneness, you will gain more and more power with the wind. When actually realize this, when you experience tremendous friendliness, when you just connect to the wind element, you will suddenly see wind will start revealing more and more secrets about himself to you. It will start revealing. Actually, you will see Vayudeva, Swamiji tells beautifully, Vayudeva will sit with you and confess to you. He will sit and talk to you. He'll say, Hanuman was my son. See, I gave birth to him. This is what happened. This kid is so powerful that he went and tried to swallow the sun, and I have to go and meditate to get him back. He will sit and tell all his secrets to you. Swamiji tells, whenever Swamiji goes to a place, there's a very beautiful incident. Swamiji told that when Swamiji was traveling in his Parivrajaka, there was an elephant mahout. So he was, when Swamiji was talking, like Swamiji was walking in the forest, at that time Swamiji realized that the same place where elephants are walking, the grass, they're heavy animals, like they're 1,000 kg, like they're much 10 times heavier than human beings, 100 times probably heavier than human beings. But have you ever noticed where all the animals like lion, elephant, all walking the forest, they will never leave a trail. Means grass will still continue to grow on the place. But same thing where the mahout was walking, there were no grass growing. It just became like a whenever human beings walk, that ground plants won't grow. Why? Swamiji beautifully revealed how we are all fundamentally in disconnect with nature. If you see Swamiji walking, right, you will feel like as if he's floating. You will not actually see Swamiji walking. You will actually see Swamiji will just be floating. He'll be so much in oneness. Even him putting his leg on plant will not harm the plant. Of course, Swamiji will never do that. I'm just saying that is oneness over the nature. Paramashiva explains this whole science of enlightenment and manifesting the experience of powers. The first understanding is power is not a power. It is only a confirmation of your oneness with that object. For example, if you're able to stop the wind or make the rain shower, it is not your power over the wind or your power over the rain. It is your oneness over the wind. It is your oneness over the rain. This is the preliminary lesson for the manifestation. Because if you start believing if the wind listens to you, let's say you command, you say wind stop. If the wind stops, you will become egoistic and arrogant. But when wind stops, if you instead see it as oneness, you will suddenly feel so much of love and friendliness. You'll feel like, oh my God, wind is listening to me. He's my friend. Because friend means who are exploring the deeper sides of each other continuously. who are exploring the beautiful sides of each other continuously is a friend. This is what Swamiji defines as a friend. How many of you want to build that friendliness with nature? How many of you want to build a tremendous oneness with nature? Okay, can you all post your understanding? Swamiji has given such a precise explanation of powers. Can I request each of you to type out what you understood? Come on, take a minute. I request everyone to type out. What did you all understand? Because this is very important. Having this right understanding is very important for us to manifest these powers. Mavinutha Nagaraj has posted, when you are one with universe, the creation, you can make things happen just like how you use your hand. Beautiful. Ma Mary Claire has posted, powers are not manipulation but unity and love. Beautiful. Come on, each of you post your understandings. Every one of you post what you understood. Oneness over others is a Mahavakya, I feel. Pavanaya has posted. Beautiful. NT has posted, wow, me. Okay, you want to manifest. Surely you will do it. See, if you just connect with the nature, simply you will manifest the reality. It will very easily happen. The whole experience will so beautifully start flowing through you. Just declare that space of oneness. Now, I request each of you to take a few minutes. You are just going to sit and connect. Okay? You're just going to sit and connect with the wind. Don't try to say, oh, come on, wind, I connected with you, now move. Nothing. He will not move. He will not even move from that place. In fact, even if he's blowing, he will stop blowing. Understand? Don't try to dictate. Just try to connect with it. Just experience that sweet friendliness. Suddenly experience how that whole space opens up. Experience, just connect with it. Ma Karin Shivnadar, you're asking what if people don't want to be friends? No, I'm not even talking about people. First, start connecting with nature. Start connecting with the nature around you. Just fill yourself with love. Just sit now. Connect to the wind. Today, this is the power we're all manifesting. Power over the 5 elements. Oneness with the 5 elements of nature. Connect intensely to it and beautifully see how the whole manifestation starts happening in you. Sit now. I request every one of you to actually, if your daytime or nighttime is also fine, just go see the sky, connect with the wind, take a few minutes and really become one. Establish oneness over the wind. Can I request each of you to go stand in front of the sky? If you have the window, something like that, just go stand there, really see the sky, connect with it. Just feel tremendous friendliness. Suddenly you will see the wind will just become like your friend. You will experience that beautiful, sweet connection. Please go ahead. I request every one of you to do this sincerely.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavakya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda, how many of you were able to turn off the flame in this round? Now, last session, all of us learned about what is space. Many of you had so many questions and how the space operates, etc. We all learned about it in detail. The next session, all of us are going to be entering into is the power of space creation. How actually to use this knowledge of space to create space. Let's now listen to the revelation from Swamiji.
In E equal to mc square, Einstein is trying to maintain the speed of the light as a constant. Listen carefully. Speed of the light or time is not constant. I'll tell you what is exactly constant. Consciousness reflecting on the space, the fifth dimension of the universe, consciousness reflecting is constant. In all our consciousness, Paramashiva is reflecting in all our inner space. Paramashiva is reflecting. That is constant. Understand? These 5 elements and 5 dimensions are related. Length, breadth, depth, time and space, earth, water, fire, air and space. These 5 are connected. Listen carefully. When Paramashiva, cosmic consciousness, reflects in your inner space, that reflection is constant in all beings. Not speed of the light or time. Time and speed of the light is not constant. But the way superconsciousness, Paramashiva, reflects in your inner space is constant. Means the way cosmic consciousness dances, reflects in your pure inner space. The way Sadashiva dances in your Chidambara is constant. All the beings who feel aham, he exists in that. That is the only constant. Understand? From that starts the will persistence. Manifests the will persistence. Whoever gets back to that source from which he is reflecting, all of them fall into that space called oneness, which is constant. Paramashiva is equivalent to the will persistence decision to look at the source by the reflection. The constant in the cosmos is feeling of aham. There is nothing in the cosmos which does not feel the aham, including stone, stavara, jangama, everything feels the existence of aham. When Mahadeva Paramashiva says, Vyapakam, anything which feels aham, he is in that. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The pure consciousness reflects on the space. That reflection is individual consciousness called aham. The frequency of that reflection is constant in everything. But the side effect of that reflection, will persistence, is not constant in everything. Reflection is constant. Will persistence is not. So based on your will persistence, your life is decided. Are you going to spend 80% of your time in time related, or depth related, or length related, or breadth related existence of you? Neither length nor breadth or depth or time is low or wrong, but you not knowing the source vision, your reality, which is constant and playing in these other dimensions, there is every possibility you will get lost. If you remember your cosmic identity, if you remember the constant in you, which is your Chidambara, where the cosmic reflection Paramashiva, cosmic source Paramashiva is dancing in your pure heart Anandagandha, your inner space. Listen, cosmic Paramashiva is like a sun. Your pure inner space, that space Chidambara, Akasha, Antarakasha, Chitakasha, is like a mirror. That sun reflecting in this reflection is called individual consciousness, Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. That is the constant in all beings. This constant's first side effect is will persistence. That is not constant in all beings. The quality of your will persistence decides whether your life is going to be stuck in time or depth or breadth or length. You remembering which is constant in you and which is not constant in you will not put you in a delusion where you make permanently damaging decisions of your life due to temporary mood swings. Guru is the person constantly resides in the constant and supports your will persistence to get back to your constant. The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. if the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive, able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand. The length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, powerful cognitions about life, beyond your logic and emotions. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth, simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive, that much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you, same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. I'll give you some of the important, powerful cognitions about space. Just if you internalize this, you can use the power of space in your day-to-day life in a very practical way, simple and very practical way. First, space is a living entity. It's not emptiness, it's not dead, it is living. Second, it is very close to consciousness. Third, the space you are carrying inside you, where the thoughts manifest, is directly connected to the space where this universe is established. Chidakasa, your conscious inner space, is directly connected to Mahakasa, where this universe is established. The space where this universe is established is directly connected to the space, your inner space where you are established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Any mass has a power to influence the space. When you are able to influence space through which you can influence anything which is established in the space, and just by sheer power of thoughts, you can raise, lower your mass, through which you can influence the space, through which you can influence anything established in the space. Please understand, when you meditate on cognize something very heavy, higher than your brain can grasp, your space becomes powerful, that can influence the space outside, and anything established in the space outside. Thoughts can travel using space as medium. Anything which has a mass can influence space, through that can influence anything established in the space. Let me be more clear and straight. Just through your thought, power of cognition, the power of your inner space, Chidambara, You can influence anything established in the space, whether sun or the moon or the universe or the black hole or the Big Bang, anything established in the space can be influenced through the power of your inner space. Most powerful, greatest sacred secret greatest Satya, I should say this is the greatest alchemy I can contribute to all your being. So please listen. The logic, length, dimension of your existence. In that, if you understand about oneness, it is imagination. Breath, the heart dimension of your existence. If you are able to grasp oneness in that level, it can be visualization of oneness. The depth dimension. In that, if you can grasp oneness, that will be declaration of oneness. In time dimension, you just need to manifest ferociousness. So, this imagination about oneness, visualization about oneness, declaration of oneness gets into your space, your Akasha. That is when the Mahasadashivatva, that is where the Mahasadashivatva manifests. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space, the flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. Listen, no power can manifest in you if I have not entered into your space. Even if you manifest one power once, be informed, I have drilled you already up to your space. Kailasavasi celebrates the manifestations of his space. The manifestations of the length, breadth, depth. Manifestations of the length, breadth, depth is so superficial. So superficial. They are not worthy. Manifestations of length, breadth, depth is too superficial. They are not worthy. They are not at all worthy. Manifest the space. Celebrate your capabilities based on your power manifesting abilities and space.
The power of space creation. Someone explain this to us in detail. And like, oh my God, the revelations, I know it's every clipping of this session, even if you watch it 10 times, like you loop it 10 times and watch it, you'll still feel like, oh my God, there's so much to understand in this, what Swamiji is revealing. Like, I feel like every single clip, every time I listen, especially that last clip as Swamiji is explaining, anything that has a mass has an influence over everything that is established on this in space. So it has influence over space and has influence over everything that's established on space. That amazing revelation. I remember I had watched this one satsang clip. The total satsang's duration itself is only 10 minutes. It was on a Brahmotsavam, Chittre Brahmotsavam time. I think 7th of April last year. Yeah. Where Swamiji was, there was this celebrations going on, and Swamiji had sat and gave the darshan where Swamiji was seeing Devi Meenakshi's procession. And then Swamiji said that I'm in such intense samadhi. And Swamiji revealed this. The satsang duration itself was only 10 minutes. But wow, you could listen to it in loop. Every time you listen to it again and again and again, you will have new clicks. Okay, sorry, I'm just seeing Karen's message. But what if people don't want to be friends and just stay stuck with their own fear without wanting to talk about it or to see it? Individual will, nothing can be done. It is their choice, it is their individual will. All you can do is you can enrich them. Oh, okay. Yes, you can play with nature, but as well as, like, I'm just seeing as you can enrich them and play with them. Yes, that's right. When was this amazing satsang given? As I was saying, I think it's either 7th of April 2022. Actually, Karen is saying, at least I have friends even if they don't speak. The words we carry inside us really impacts. The space of completion that we carry inside can actually influence the people that we have outside us. So Swamiji is telling in the satsang, right? The thoughts you carry matter. The kind of thoughts that you are generating in your inner space have a direct power over what kind of reactions you want to invoke in people, what kind of cognitions do you want to invoke. You will see this. It's like it has a direct impact. I'll just share one incident with you. I shared this earlier. This is like the first time I got introduced to the science of completion. I wasn't aware of the science of completion when I joined Gurukul, because like literally the day I saw Swamiji, I joined Gurukul, and I had no introduction about Swamiji or the teachings of Swamiji before that. And the day I joined Gurukul, there were like a lot of new kids that had joined Gurukul at that time. So when I was there, so many kids were there. We all were like, many new kids had joined. There's this one girl who was like, I think a year younger to me or 2 years younger to me. And she kept coming and annoying me. And I also started feeling like I started calling her like, oh, you're bullying. I used to keep telling her that word. 3 days passed by, and we both started like like literally fighting with each other. I was 14 years old at that time, and she was, I think, 12 years old. And like we both are completely new. So in Gurukul, otherwise this is not tolerated in Gurukul. You cannot do it. So we both were like like I was constantly trying to move away from her. She used to go away from me. And so I had just joined Gurukul, and I felt so bad that she's behaving like this. So 5-6 days passed, and then one of the Balasans noticed this, and she came and asked me what happened. I said, look at her, she keeps fighting with me. She keeps coming and annoying me, and she does this, she does that. So she asked me, do you know the science of completion? I was like, wait, what is that? So she explained to me what is completion, how to do completion. And she told me that just do this when you're about to go to sleep. Just do this completion process, relive the whole situation and complete inside you. You will see that this whole incompletion will stop. So I was about to fall asleep anyways at that time. So I just went and I lied down, and I was sitting and doing the completion within myself. Next morning, we had Rudrabhishekam that morning. And Rudrabhishekam, so we all go to the hall to get some flowers. So I was really getting late and I was rushing. It was early in the morning we have Rudrabhishekam. I think it's about 5 a.m. or something we have Rudrabhishekam. So we all were like getting ready for it. And I was trying to get some more kids also along with me to go to the hall. Usually till that, and I had not spoken to her. Till that point, she was still fighting with me. So we both were in a fighting mode. So we both like not talking to each other. So we went and to the meditation hall, like where the flowers and all were kept ready for the puja, etc. So I'm going there. I don't know why, but inside me, like till the previous night, that whole conflicts and like the inner chatter that was there, it just simply was not there. I didn't have any reactions inside me. I was trying to wonder what's different. I was trying to think like that. So then I went into the hall, and towards the end of the hall, she was standing. The moment I looked at her, I usually feel very like till that point, because the last few days has been a conflict zone. So I will not go near her. And then I felt very happy, and I felt very loving towards her. That kid, moment she saw me, I had not spoken a word to her. I did not go and complete with her. I didn't tell her anything. She just ran and came and hugged me and gave me a plate full of roses. The exact flowers that I love to offer for puja, she had collected, and she said, this is for you. I was like really shocked. I thought like maybe that the person who spoke to me, that Balasan who spoke to me, spoke to her. I asked her, what happened? How come you're suddenly coming and giving me this? Like, till yesterday we both were fighting, no? How come suddenly it changed? She said, I don't know. I asked her, did anyone speak to you? She said, no. I don't know why, but this morning when I woke up, I just felt so complete with you. And I felt like so much of love towards you. So I came first and I collected your favorite flowers and gave to you. I was like, wow, that was my first experience with the power of completion. The thoughts we carry, I didn't have to go talk to her at all. The thoughts that changed inside, when the incompletions inside changed, immediately it influenced the outer space. Its influence was so immediate. The next morning, there was a difference. Nithyananda, at what age kids can start completion process? They can start right away. See, whenever they are able to understand, you have to start teaching them this process of completion. Actually, the Swamiji has given a very powerful, beautiful science of parenting. It's called as N parenting. We used to have this as a program conducted. There are a lot of this N parenting videos available on YouTube. It's called as EN parenting. So you can actually search for those. And because the way we teach completion to kids is completely different than what generally we all learn. Because the way they have their cognitions, and they don't need to sit and do the reliving process. They can decide and get complete. So, all right. I hope I answered your question. So, Mark Karen, what I wanted to say is use the power of thoughts. The conscious declaration you generate inside you can directly influence the things outside of you, whether it is people, objects, things, situation, anything. It will make you such a conscious person, conscious being, that the kind of things you gravitate towards you. Understand how? In our solar system, we have big planets. Based on their mass, the other planets are either attracted towards it or move away from it. All the planets are rotating around the sun because of the mass of the sun, the gravity of the sun. So the planets are gravitating around it. Same way, Jupiter, because of its huge mass, it has a much higher gravitational power than compared to Earth or Mars or Venus, etc. Correct? Same way, the thoughts, what are you empowering yourself with? The cognitions that you're empowering yourself with, those kind of situations is what you are gravitating towards you, what you're cherishing, that has a direct influence outside, as well as situations you're manifesting outside. All those kind of reactions, situations, everything will be gravitated towards you.
And just to see, all yes, sorry. See, all the patterns form in us after the age of 7. The kids that have the patterns, the root patterns, it's always formed after the age of 7. So when the kids start doing completion from the age of 7, the root pattern will never form in them. They will never have the root patterns as such. So if the parents focus on making the children do completion from the age of 7, it's a very good practice to add. And also, see, the space is so subtle and so powerful. Your inner space reflects the emotions and reactions you trigger. That's why Swamiji tells life is a mirror, not a mirror of your external actions, mirror of your internal space. If your inner space is filled with fear, you will always see life will reflect that same fear back to you. If the inner space is constantly cherishing insecurities, life will always do the conversations which will trigger your insecurities. Life is a mirror. It constantly mirrors your inner space. What you cherish inside of you, that is exactly what is mirrored outside. Akasha Tattva, the space dimension, Chidambara. That is why Swamiji tells, Nataraja dances in your Chidambara. Paramashiva resides in your inner space. Just close your eyes and see Paramashiva will be standing there doing his Ananda Tandava. That is the power of space creation. We're all going to do a very powerful process. Understand, anything in your inner space you visualize without any conflict. Completely anything you live, visualize in your inner space. It will just get 3D printed as reality. I'll share this story with you all. There's a very beautiful story of a Nayanar called Pusalar Nayanar. So he's a great devotee of Paramashiva, and every day what is his way of worshipping Paramashiva? He just simply will sit, he will close his eyes, he will visualize. He will visualize the temple But the way he will visualize will be so detailed. He'll visualize as if he's building a temple. So every stone, the design of the temple, he'll visualize to such details. At the same time, the king of that temple, the king of that kingdom, he's building a huge temple for Paramashiva, and he plans an inauguration date for Paramashiva. That night, Paramashiva comes in the dream, and he comes in the dream of the king, and he tells the king that, listen, can you postpone your temple opening date by some more time? Because on that exact same day that you have fixed, one more important person has fixed. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Okay, so what happens? The king and Pusala Nayanar, both of them fix their temple inauguration on the same day. So Paramashiva goes to the dream of this king and he tells, look, someone is building, another person is also building a huge temple for me, and I have to attend that day, the inauguration. So please, can you postpone your temple inauguration? Yeah, Are, in my kingdom, who else will build a bigger temple than me? That Paramashiva is coming and telling like this. Then Paramashiva beautifully tells, hey, he has not built in your kingdom, he has built in my kingdom. The king is even shocked. He's like, okay, Paramashiva himself is telling in the dream, that means I should really go and see this person. So Paramashiva says, Pusalar only built. So immediately the king said, come on, I need to go and see his temple. Is it so big? The king starts thinking, he built such a big temple. Maybe the temple is too big and everything. And, he's so wanting to see the temple that Pusla Nayanar built. So what happens? The king next day, he's a king. So he takes his whole paraphernalia. He takes elephants, he takes gold, he takes all the things and he wants to go and see. He's visualizing, oh, maybe the temple will be so big. Maybe he will be so rich that he has built such a big temple and all that. And the king goes to see. When he goes to the exact spot that Paramashiva told, he neither sees a temple, nor he sees huge house, nor he sees any wealth. He sees a simple hut. Outside that, a simple man is sitting and meditating. The king is shocked. He checks, is this Pusala Nayanar's place? Have I come to the wrong address? Then everyone says, no, this is only Pusala Nayanar. You have come to the correct address. The king is thoroughly confused. Then he says, what? I must have been mistaken. Paramashiva said that he's built such a big temple for which Paramashiva himself comes for inauguration. Then I don't know. It's so confusing. Then very beautifully Paramashiva tells that Pusala Nayanar visualized that inner space. That moment when the king is seeing, Paramashiva himself appears. The story goes so beautifully. What Pusala Nayanar was visualizing in his inner space, Paramashiva just takes that and puts that in reality. He just literally just 3D prints his visualization as reality. Understand, to this day, this temple is standing. This is the Kanchipuram Ekambareshwara temple, which is built by Pusalar Nayanar. To this day, scientists cannot find a single reference or a single evidence that it was carved by human, because it was not carved by human beings. To this day, there is not a single rock cut. They're not able to identify the chisel hammer symbol nowhere, because it is the direct print, 3D print of Pusalar Nayanar's inner space. That is the power of Chidambara. He didn't do anything in his life. All he did was sincerely visualizing. And that visualization became a reality. Understand the power of Chidambara. What you visualize becomes reality. What you exactly think about becomes a reality. So just understand this. We will now do a very powerful process where you're going to harness the power of space creation. I request every one of you to choose any one reality you want to manifest and visualize that completely, thoroughly visualize it. Like end to end, every detail. Visualize as if it is happening. If there's any self-doubt that comes, anything in you tells, oh, is it going to be possible and all that, complete with that. But sit and visualize. I request every one of you to very sincerely Now, let us all enter into the next session where we understand about super DNA. What is super DNA? Let us now listen to the revelations.
I have something about indigo children, so that you understand the super DNA. See, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet and human consciousness, having more than 2 strands of DNA, active DNA, are called indigo children or rainbow children, crystal children. There are 3-4 names. Please understand, throughout the history, the kids are born. When they are taking birth, something extraordinary is in them. And now science is proving clearly more than 2 strands of DNA is active in them. They are called indigo kids, and throughout the history there are references, these indigo kids were there. The core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure, which says human form was designed to embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I always used to talk about these 11 dimensions. The 12th is the Shiva state. We can have our own brand name, Nithyananda state, whatever. Fully awakened, Shiva consciousness. Please understand, these are the Shastra Pramanas, means the eternal truths revealed by modern day rishis. Then I will add my understanding about these 12 strands, human body, and 2 strands being active, more than 2 strands being active in kids, and how it happens. It's from a scientist and researcher, Cheryl Kakshialansa. The junk DNA or a dormant DNA activation is a tremendous gift to accelerate the spiritual awakening of collective consciousness on the planet. This is a quotation, means some research from that person. A person with 2 strands of DNA with only 1 strand active is like a computer with access to only 16 MB RAM memory. Can run only few programs. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. Please understand, these are not my words. These are the collections from different researchers and discoveries. The dormant DNA activation level controls your frequency. Every time when a DNA is activated, you download higher consciousness from soul, identity, and attract people, places, events of similar high frequency. Again, it may look like my words, it is not my words. What I am going to add is my words. These are exact quotations I am reading out from different scientists and people who are specialists in this field, researchers. DNA activation not only has an effect on the individual, but this change will affect the individual's ancestors, 3 to 5 generations in the past as well as 3 to 5 generations in the future. This is one of the important revelation. In the Sannyas Upanishads, there is a very clear mention. If one person takes sannyas and elevates his consciousness, sannyas is nothing but awakening the different layers of your DNA. It says very clearly, Munned Janmatirkum, Pinned Janmatirkum, Piravikkadan Tirthan, Beramagan, Nittargadan Sannyasi. It's the exact translation I am giving you from the Tamil Vedantic scriptures, like Kaivalya Navanitam and all these literatures. So that says, when somebody takes sannyas and raises his frequency, please understand, not the after 7th generation of you. Don't think only the after 7th generation, not just after 7th generation, before 7th generation, who passed away, who left the body, their frequency is raised. In Vedic tradition, there is a story called Bhagirata story. His ancestors were cursed by a rishi, Kapila only, who is the father of our tradition, Nirvani Akada. Kapil was disturbed by these guys, so he cursed them, and they all became ashes. He did not even curse actually, he opened the eyes, the power of his eyes, and the karma they did burnt them completely. So, in his generation, the third generation person was in their generation, third was the Bhagirata. So what to do? What is the way to liberate them? They all have become just heap of ash. The only way for liberating them is bringing Ganga and sprinkling that water on them. Means that raising their consciousness through the Amrita, nectar, the spiritual nectar. And he does tapas, brings the Ganga to planet Earth, means infusing consciousness into their dead DNA structure. Please understand, infusing consciousness into the dead DNA structure was a science available in Indian tradition. In Chennai, Mylapore, there was a Chettiar girl, Pumbavai. She died in the snake bite. So her remains, relics was preserved by her father in a pot. So Trinyana Sambandar, a great saint who knows the science of DNA. Among the modern day saints, modern day means, sorry, I should not use the word modern day, among the recent day saints, in the Vedic tradition, 1000 years means recent days. The recent day saints, this Jnana Sambandar and Tirunavukkarasar, these two have shown physically the science of DNA in their life, doing miracles. That they showed that they had a power over a DNA structure. He gave life. He infused consciousness into the DNA and liberated her. So, the same thing Bhagirata did. Please understand, when you raise the frequency of your DNA, you can connect with 7th generation wherever, whatever state they are in. If they already taken new birth, you can elevate them. I tell you, many of you guys have come to me because your sons have raised their frequency. Your 2 generation before son has raised his frequency. So suddenly, for no reason, you feel connected to me. Because he raised his frequency, your frequency is raised. And you do not even know why you decided to come and be with a Swami. Sometimes you can think your background and what you are doing now is completely unconnected. Understand? 2 generations before, the sons or daughters you gave birth, somebody has raised their frequency. That is having effect on you. One more thing, I always tell people, whenever their parents or somebody passes away in the family, I tell them, don't suffer. If you suffer, you will stop their journey, further journey. You will not give them beautiful farewell. Because Whether you like it or not, want it or not, our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. You can see. I have seen in my experience many times with many disciples. If the father or mother passed away, even though they are not physically attached, psychologically attached, suddenly physically they will be down. And the suffering and pain will be there. Because the biomemory is down. Biomemory is down. So, if you elevate your consciousness, naturally like Bhagirata, you will infuse life into the DNA structure of your ancestors and raise their very frequency. If they are in Pitruloka, you will promote them to a higher level. If they are in Bhuloka, you will elevate them to higher consciousness. Wherever they are, see, it's like when you beat the water, both sides, the water will splash. Same way, when you beat the consciousness and raise yourself, not just future, even the past will be raised. Because, one more thing, unfortunately you can only see future. You do not have the energy to look into the past, but I can see past, that's why I am telling you it is possible. It is possible. It is just possible. So I have some more researches, but first I will finish one by one. So I have brought some 3-4 important truths today. I will first talk one after another. First thing, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet that have more than 2 strands of active DNA. They are called indigo children. Fortunately, after the 60s and 70s, the 60 rebels and 70 hippies, most of them were indigo children. Please understand. The 60 rebels, 70 hippies. The 60s, there is a huge rebel movement started. The 70s, there is a huge hippie movement started. Many of them were indigo children. Unfortunately, the society is so cunning, so frozen, unable to accommodate them, labeled them as negative and push them aside. And they are made to negative, nothing else. And recently, after 90s, enormous amount, please understand, the guys who are working on this line, they are saying something like 40 times more kids than the 60s and 70s are taking birth whose DNA is more than 2 strands active. Please understand. Huge number of kids whose DNAs are active more than 2 strands. Means the multi-dimensional kids are taking birth. And another important thing, the core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure. Means it can radiate, it can embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I think I have spoken on this 11th dimension in a very detailed way. I may not spend much time on this 11th dimension. The 12th is the ultimate Shiva consciousness which can't be described. When you experience the 12th, you are an incarnation. That's all. So, there's a second truth. I want you to know the third truth is, I think I already read out, the person with 2 strands of DNA is only with a 16 MB RAM memory. And the DNA structure is activated. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. So all other things as I read out. First I wanted to explain how to, because that is my unique thing. How to activate more than one DNA strand in you. Because most of the human beings have only one DNA activation. When you become a seeker, ready to take the risk of renouncing the sensual pleasure for something which you don't understand, the second DNA gets awakened. Second strand DNA gets awakened. Practically all of you, second strand DNA gets awakened. Because even for 1 month, if you have just 2 meals and taking bath twice a day and not having sex for something which you are not really tangible enough now. See, at least none of you have any tangible idea why you are doing that. Maybe you have the trust over Apta Pramana. Oh, if this guy is enlightened and this is what enlightenment, I would like to have it. That's all. That's all is the reason why you are eating twice a day and taking bath twice a day and abstaining from the sex and abstaining from all pleasures and everything. So this proves very clearly your second strand DNA is already awakened. How to awaken the next level strand DNAs? Understand? I'll give you exact that how. I don't want to use the old words. If I use the old words, you will say, oh, I know about it, it's okay. I tried it, not working out, so I will not be able to awaken the third strand of DNA. No, you can. You can. Please understand. Remember who you are really. Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump you will feel, one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, this is not, because this changes. I myself can convince myself to change the identity which I am projecting to the world in half an hour and can change it into another one. Is it not? See, sometimes when you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering, in half an hour, one cycle of time, one circle of time, the 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change it. Is it not? Then how can you be that? Not. It's liquid. It's changing. How can that be the me? No. Then what is me? What is me? In few minutes, naturally, you will feel there is some point in which you are cornering you. What is me? A kind of a silent awareness for a few seconds. Then what will happen? Because you are not able to be in the pressure of cornering you, it just gets bumped. It goes away to some subject or object, or it goes away something, and this idea gets lost. Means the third DNA, third strand DNA you are touching, but it is kicking you back. Hey, get out, don't come here. I am not interested in waking up now. I want to sleep a little more time. That is where you need seeking. Telling, no. I am not just going to build my body, I am going to build my DNA structure. I tell you, with seeking, do weightlifting. That will get into your DNA structure. With awareness, when you lift the weight, feel the tremendous pressure, not pain. Understand, when you are with awareness, it will never be a pain. It can only be called as pressure on your muscles and system. With that heavy pressure, but decide, no. I feel by this lifting, I'll change my DNA structure because Swamiji has told, I am going to do that. With awareness, with seeking, go on doing which your muscle does not want to do. First step, see who am I. The lump of the identity and lump of the identity which negates the identity. These two are you as on now. Please understand. If I use the example of this apple, this part which you are seeing is what you are showing to the world. This part which you are not able to see is the part which has ability to change this part. You understand? When this part has some suffering, or when this part is not trustworthy, this part takes over and changes this part. You understand? So see, which is the part which has the ability to change this part. So you will see this part, the unknown part of you, has the ability to reason with this part and alter, transform, change within 21 minutes. That is why you are able to get out of depression or get into depression. The possibility for getting in or getting out exists. Because there is some part of you which has the ability to change what you think as you. You understand? So now, if that can be changed, how can that be you? No, it cannot be. Is it not? Then dig, who is that me? Who is that me? Whenever you are thrown out, again without repenting, dig. With intense seeking. No. I am clear. I am going to awaken the extra higher strands of DNA. If you feel no, that is not that inspiring. Who knows what is 12 strands, DNA and all that. Then at least see, here is a person whose all strands of DNA is awakened. What game he is playing, what life he is living, how he is. Then take this as an inspiration and push yourself. That's all. I tell you, intense seeking simply awakens at least 4 to 5 strands of DNA. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need any sadhana. Just intense craving. See, the intense craving suddenly makes this apple grow into 3-4. It's like that seed becoming a simply 4-5 apples. Like one stem cell becoming 2-3. Same way, it just becomes many. So slowly the identity which you are showing becomes a superficial small part of you. It is no more half of you, it is half of you. Not half of you, it is half of you. Understand? It is not that I do not have identity which I am showing to you all. It is not half of me, it is half of me. The identity which you are showing to the world, if it is half of you, you are man. If it is half of you, you are God. It's not that that will not be there in you, but it will be half of you. Biggest job, I can say biggest job on the world, on the planet Earth, is keeping the seeking alive in people. I tell you. God assumes human body only for this job of keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? It has 5 jobs. ஆக்குவாய் காப்பாய் அழிப்பாய் அருள் தருவாய் போக்குவாய் என்னை புகுவிப்பாய் என்றொழும்பில். 5 jobs: creation, maintenance, destruction, putting people into Maya, illusion, and liberating them. This 5 jobs. First 4, creating, maintaining, destroying, and putting them into the illusion. He does not need to move his butt. He can just lie down, Ananda Sayana, and he can be in Yoga Nidra. It goes on. Nothing needs to be done. And he can be in Samadhi in Kailash, or he can be in Yoga Nidra in Vaikunta. No problem. It goes on. But to keep seeking alive in human beings, he has to assume human body. Understand? Then most difficult job on the planet Earth is keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. One more thing. Whenever you feel the seeking has dried up, don't worry. The next strand of DNA is getting awakened. You are progressing. Don't think my 3 years life is wasted, 4 years life is wasted, 5 years life is wasted. No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. How can something be wasted? Understand? Very beautifully Shankara says, even one sloka of Bhagavad Gita chanting, little Ganga water drinking, once casually saying Krishna Govinda cannot be wasted. Even that cannot go as waste. Then how can so many years meditating or practicing or being around the master can go waste? No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. That is why the dry land. That is why the dry scene. Usually after the 5-6 strands of DNA awakened, next DNA awakening will not be painful. That is what I call enlightenment. You understand? Usually for a normal man, I can say 6 strands of DNA. But till the 6 strands of DNA, when you cross every strand, you will always look back. Means, oh, am I doing right or wrong? It's painful. I think I am wasting time. Why not get married and suffer? Sorry, get married and be happy. At least when you think, that's what you think. Or why not do this? Why not do that? It's almost like you are being pushed to the wall. But after 6th, no. After 6th, any transition of that next strand of DNA awakening, there will not be any pain. It's just smooth thing. That's what I am saying. See, 0 to 6, 1 will be always awakened the moment you have the body. And the second will be awakened the moment you start seeking. And the 2nd to 6th is enlightenment period. The 6th to 12th is the incarnation period. By the time the 12th is awakened, you are an incarnation. And one more thing, after the 12th is awakened, there are hundreds of new layers opens up. That is what, the new layers when it opens up, that is what is Puranavatara. Means that so many different truths and revelations constantly being revealed to the world. Constantly being shared to the world. So the essence is 3 things. First, see who am I. The personality which can be changed is not you. So dig, then who am I? When you feel you are hitting the dead end or suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. When I say again, again and again and again and again, till you awaken the next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA. I was expanding on the science of making the best, highest superconscious mutation as Paramashiva gave this science to Devi, and Devi brought to planet Earth in Kanchipuram and started manifesting it. What I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. I'll repeat. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly influencing your DNA. When you are hungry, when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These 4 situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these 4 situations, if you use these 4 situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out at Mahavakya. Powerful sounds, Mahavakya, inside you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Your DNA strands are connected through water, hydrophobic material. DNA strands and the consciousness is connected through sound, sounds with which they are connected matters. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these 4 opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. With the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavakya as connection point. Let Mahavakya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavakya is directly from Kailasa. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavakya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. I am telling you. See, I had a guru. His name was Narayana Swami Tata. He's an adept in the science of Aushadha, medicines. He will collect herbs from the ground which was never walked by human beings. மனித கால்படாத இடத்திலிருந்து வேர்களும் செடிகளும் மூலிகைகளும் கொண்டு வருவார். Let me repeat. The place where human beings never walked, from that kind of places he will bring herbs, roots. How you know? He had a trained dog and a goat. The dog will take the goat and go. Goat will identify the herb. Dog will just pick it up and bring it. I have seen this happening. I am not telling you stories. He lived just few years, maybe 30 years before. And still his son, grandsons are, his family is still living in Tiruvannamalai. You can go and talk to them. You will find what I said is true. His name is Narayana Swami Tata. Still the home he lived is there. And all the things he used is there. Maybe the dog may not be alive because you can see his photograph. But surely the family knows whatever I am saying and you can talk to them. I had this kind of masters who are adepts. He told me once, when he was making the Aushadha, for a so-called incurable disease, kind of a very dangerous cancer, for that he was making Aushadha. He collected too many things from too many sources and finally made the Aushadha. He called that disciple, or I should say that client, who came to him for healing, for medical care, medical help, Aushadha help. The customer. And he gave that medicine to him. Asked him, eat this medicine every day, once a day, for next 42 days. He prepared that medicine with a lot of difficulty. Third day, that guy came back saying that somebody in the home unknowingly threw that whole packet into the river. Without knowing that it is a medicine, they just threw the whole thing while they were cleaning the home and put it in the river. Nearby small stream where they dump all the unwanted things. Surely it is very difficult to do the medicine again. I was wondering how he is going to solve, how he is going to help this person to get out of the cancer now, because making the medicine again, collecting the whole items, almost impossible. All he did, he called that person, made him sit next to him and told, this simple process, whenever you are feeling hungry, do japa of this mantra. I tell you, I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Maybe the power of his initiation, his words, energy. He said, whatever I made as Aushadha, your body is capable of producing it when you add consciousness to your hunger. I tell you, surely it is the power of his initiation, because I saw he was having his hand on the shoulder of that person while he uttered these words. So that words have gone into his body like a powerful energy shock. Now literally I am having my hands on all your shoulders and giving you this initiation. Whenever you fall for someone, you are in deeply love with that person. The human being, the person for whom you fall for, you are in love. That person takes you for granted. You feel the other person for whom you have fallen is not loving you so much as you feel for him or her. Listen. Whenever you fall for someone, you always feel the other person for whom you have fallen, that person takes you for granted and that person does not love you, have feelings to the same level you have. Sometimes this is the way you feel, sometimes this is truth also. With ordinary human beings, this is the way love is acted, reacted, given, received, reciprocated. This is the way the love flows with ordinary human beings. With the divine, With Paramashiva, the logic of love is totally different. Listen. When you love me, when you fall for me, first thing, I raise you. Second, I shower life energy in you. When I shower life energy in you, your consciousness is the most superior asset, wealth, property for you and for the world. Listen carefully. I'll tell you one small very sweet, intimate happened between me and my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I carried food for him one day and he was eating. Few food parts fell from his mouth with his saliva by mistake when he was eating with the hand. I just took that. He thought I am cleaning it up and I may throw it away, but I did not throw it away. I just put it in my mouth. Prasada. The Guru Uchishtam. Guru Prasada. He smiled at me. I still remember. He said, now this body, showing my body, has also become precious asset for the world. It will do a lot of good. In Hindu tradition, the Guru Uchishta, the food partaken by the Guru Prasada, is sacred, very sacred. Guru Padodaka means the water with which Guru's feet is washed. The food which Guru has partaken, Guru Uchishta, Guru Padodaka, is highly sacred in Hindu tradition. He said, just that little Uchishta which I took, the power of that, he said that his very biomemory, bioenergy is passed on and that will start flowering in this body now. This body also is a precious asset for the world because of what it is manifesting. Listen sincerely, intensely. When he loved me, he made me sacred. When I fell for him, he raised me and he made me sacred by showering his love on me. Listen. All of you, my disciples, followers, whom I initiated, all of you have received the greatest, best Uchishta, that is mantra, the Mahavakya, which I used most in my life, is the Mahavakya. The mantra, if you have received, you received the best, greatest Uchishta from me. You are now sacred. Your consciousness is needed for this world. Each of you meditating, living Veda Agamic lifestyle, living enlightenment not only helps you, it helps the world to sail through this pandemic, this pralaya. So when I fell for my Guru, he raised me and showered his love on me and made me sacred. He did not take me for granted. Same way, I want to tell each one of you, I don't take you for granted. When you fell for me, I shower my love on you, and I don't take you for granted. I make you sacred. Understand? Sometimes I may not be giving attention, but never ever feel I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. Sometimes if I give you attention, you become more conscious and spiritually awakened. Then I shower you with my attention. Sometimes when I give attention, you try to use me like a crutch. Hang on. Then I tell you, don't use me as a crutch. I may not give you attention at that time, but I never take you for granted. Understand? Each one of you are conscious boats to help the humanity sail through this pandemic. When you are doing yoga every day, don't think you are saving only yourself. You are saving many more beings consciously to sail through this pandemic, through this pralaya. In Guru Gita, there's a beautiful verse. Guru Padodakam Panam, Guru Ruchishta Bhojanam, Guru Murte Sada Dhyanam, Gurumna Sada Japaha. Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. One should drink the Guru's feet washed water and eat the remnants of the Guru's food plate. One should always chant the name of the Guru and always meditate on the Guru's form. Guru Padodakam Panam, Guru Ruchishta Bhojanam, Guru Murte Sada Dhyanam, Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. What a life! If someone gets this four, they got much more than mukti. If someone gets this four in their life, every day especially, they got much more than mukti. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What is the mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavakya and has manifested the various versions of Mahavakya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hrim Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavakya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Maha Pranava, Om. It can manifest everything. With the specific bijas, it can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. One more thing, listen. When I said there are 54 sounds, there are some sounds which can never be written, which can be which can't even be uttered. It can only be manifested as a vibration. It can be transmitted from guru to disciple. That sound is called Anahata Dvani, uncreated sound. Uncreated sound. Ahata means two objects hitting. Even your tongue hitting the air and producing a sound is ahata. Anahata means the sound which is produced by not anything hitting anything or uncreated, just pure manifestation from existence. The process we are going to do now is called Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Means you are combination of pure consciousness and patterns. Your patterns are no independent life. They can become alive only if your consciousness is in the body. Am I right? Can you continue to smoke or struggle with your anger if you are dead? So only because of your consciousness existence, because of your consciousness, your patterns are empowered. Same way, you don't exist just as a consciousness, patterns. Even you seeing you and me are different is a pattern. You and me are separate is a pattern. So still the patterns are there. It means as on now the reality is you are together. You are totality of consciousness and patterns. As I said earlier, I cannot complete your patterns layer by layer, one by one, but I can put fire on your patterns. That I have a freedom. But as an enlightened ethics, I cannot complete your pattern. It's your free will. But I can put the fire on the whole thing. Means I can use my presence to create a distance between you and your patterns. Chit jata krandi betana means cutting the knot which connects your consciousness and pattern. Most of the successful leaders experience this chit jada krandi vedana. Only then they can handle the stress or the responsibility of others.
the DNA, is the closest matter to our consciousness. Swamiji revealed one of the most powerful signs in the session, right? Our DNA, the DNA is called as Jata, matter. Consciousness is Chit. Now, the DNA, which is the closest matter to consciousness, is tied together with consciousness through sounds. DNA is a hydrophobic material. And DNA and consciousness are tied together with each other using the sounds. All the sounds that we utter, all the sounds that we talk, hear, all of the sounds that we cherish inside us. The words, the thoughts, the kind of conversations you cherish inside you, they become the sound that bind the DNA together with the consciousness. We all have a lot of chaotic sounds in our inner space and unconscious words that we cherish inside us. We all learned about the Akasha Tattva, correct? Swamiji was revealing to us about how we can harness the power of words. Now, this process, today we're all having an exclusive special initiation where Swamiji is going to be initiating us to harness the power of space, where Swamiji is going to be removing the granthis, the knots, and Swamiji is going to be replacing that with the conscious sounds and awakening our DNA.
And today we had also invited the people that want to get healed from any kind of genetic disorders. And many of you have also invited your friends and family members to be a part of this. If any of you have not yet invited, we request you to immediately tell them to join now, because now in just a few more minutes, we are going to be having the live darshan starting. So make sure that they are not missing out on this. So please do invite your family, friends, whoever is not here, to immediately join. Like all of us have been learning, right? How the DNA, which is the most like our literally the subtlest component of us and the closest component to consciousness. The most smallest part of our body, or the unit of our body, is DNA. And that's the closest to consciousness. Today's Swamiji is actually working on that. Anybody here who are waiting to request healing for your any genetic disorders, either you or your kids are having, and you are here to receive healing blessings for that? In case you're here, please do let us know, because you can request healing for it today from Swamiji. So please do let us know here in the chat if any of you are wanting this. So what Swamiji is going to be doing today in the process is, all of us are having these sounds that are binding the consciousness to the matter. How DNA strands are held together by hydrophobic material. We learn about this. It's called as ATGC, genetic codes. We learn how these hydrophobic materials are binding two DNA strands in a double helix structure. We learn this in biology, in science classes. Definitely all of you would be familiar with this. This much science, the modern science, has discovered. But we are not just a biomechanism. We are having a huge component of us called as consciousness. That's what is making us who we are. That is the one which is making the entire organism functional. That consciousness, which is extremely subtle, which is making the whole organism called as human beings function. That consciousness is very closely tied to the DNA through sound. Now, when we say sound, it includes the kind of sounds that are generated by you, like when you constantly keep carrying negative thoughts, negative ideologies, negative cognitions. Even these are there inside that knot. It is called as Chit, consciousness, Jata, matter, which is what is the DNA in this case, Granthi is a knot. So the Chit and Jata, consciousness and DNA is literally tied like a knot. Now this knot needs to be broken. That is what is the process of Vedana. Chit Jata Granthi Vedana process. That's exactly what Swamiji is going to be doing in this session now. It's a very, very, very special initiation. Understand? Genetic disorders. Many people say, oh, it's like actually right now, genetic disorders are considered as one of the difficult types of disorders to even get healed. And we are made to believe that the genes that are there in our system are fixed. It's like, oh, you are born with these genes, so these genes are definitely going to be active for you, and therefore these disorders can never be healed. You can never recover from such issues you're having because these are genetic. Certain patterns, oh, these are genetic. How many times you might have even wondered, saying that, oh, in my family, my grandmother has diabetes. So definitely because of the genes, I would also be having diabetes. I have a high probability to have diabetes. These kind of thought currents are very, very common and we all believe it. But in Hinduism, there are very powerful processes where the dormant DNA strands are awakened, where you have the power to consciously choose which DNA strands needs to be awakened, which DNA strands, which genetic codes of your DNA needs to be muted. We have right now, this is actually a $1 trillion industry where just to have certain parts of your genes, certain codes of your, certain genetic codes to be activated and certain genetic codes to be muted. But we have had this science for thousands of years and which is there available in our scriptures. But unfortunately, we have lost access to them. It is Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has revived this science and gifting the science to all of us through the process of Chit Jata Granthi Vedana process. Normally, all of us have less than 3 strands of our DNA awakened. There are totally 12 strands in our DNA. Less than 3 strands are only awakened for us. Only when the 12 strands are also awakened, only for an incarnation, all the 12 are awakened. Recent studies are showing, it's called as the study, there's a field of biology which is called as epigenetics, which show how there is a possibility where using certain techniques, your thoughts, your environment, the places where you're grown up, and the kind of cognitions that you're made to cherish, the belief system that you carry, based on all of that, you have the ability to have certain genes expressing and certain genes to not express through you. And this has been a groundbreaking discovery, and the whole scientific community is shocked and astounded by their discovery on the subject. But even before the epigenetics came into existence, even before that epigenetics became popular or the scientists discovered this, Swamiji had already started giving the initiation of Chit Jata Granthi Vedana process.
Understand? Why do we need to awaken the DNA in us? Swamiji tells that the DNA literally is like a wormhole which will literally have the access for you to go back to all the lives from the very first time that you came to planet Earth, the first amoeba that you were, like the single cell, from that time till now, all the births that you have had, the knowledge, the talents, your capabilities, your abilities, everything is stored in your DNA. You heard it right. Which means right now, let's say, for example, one of you are in a few janmas before, you were a warrior. You had that best health and best physique in the body. That ability, that memory is still stored in your DNA. Awakening of DNA gives you the access to all these, and especially when an avatar himself is reprogramming and awakening your DNA, Swamiji is literally going to give you the best of all that you had, the best of all the abilities that you garnered through multiple births. And Swamiji will reprogram it with the highest powerful cognitions and make your DNA super DNA, which means the ability, we see, all we tell about indigo children, we tell child prodigies, or sometimes we tell, sometimes kids remember their past lives, but they happen as an accident, which means it's a miracle. But Swamiji has given the exact science of how the DNA can awaken. Multiple researchers and studies have clearly established how just through one initiation, the very DNA gets altered, which means our DNA gets so empowered, purified. All the unwanted, unnecessary components are removed. Swamiji awakens all the extraordinary abilities of the past. Like Swamiji tells that when you were in your fish body, you were able to swim. That talent of swimming, breathing underwater is stored in our DNA, in some compartment of our DNA. So when Swamiji awakens, he's going to awaken that possibility, that power back to us for us to be able to express it in this body. This is what is called as super DNA, where all your past capabilities, functions, abilities, all of them are awakened. But Swamiji deletes all the unwanted, unnecessary, like, let's say the genetic disorders or something that carries. All of that Swamiji heals. Swamiji awakens these extraordinary abilities which will be useful for you. And Swamiji adds the consciousness of Paramashiva, the ultimate powerful cognitions in your DNA, and literally gives us like the best thing for us to start manifesting using our DNA. So that is the exact process that all of us are going to be receiving today. We're all going to be receiving this initiation, and let us all get ready for receiving this initiation. Today, we're having the darshan of Sadanritta Murti, Chandatandava Murti, Sandhya Nritta Murti forms of Paramashiva. These are all the dancing forms of Paramashiva. Today, we all learnt about the Ananda Tandava, right? Where Swamiji is explaining the principle, the Mukti Tattva of Nataraja, where he goes on dancing, dancing, dancing. Even when his anklet falls, he doesn't stop. He doesn't pause. He never waits for perfection. He's the ultimate perfectionist. But he never waits for the perfection to happen. He goes on dancing, dancing, dancing. And that's why Swamiji explained the whole incident where the Adishesha himself comes, Vasuki himself comes and he coils around Paramashiva's leg as anklet. Never waiting for perfection, goes on doing the Tandava, Ananda Tandava. It is that form of Paramashiva, which is Sadanritta Murti, which is also called as Nataraja, the very form of Paramashiva that is in Chidambaram. Today, we are all going to be receiving the darshan of these forms of Paramashiva. We will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of the Sadanritta Murti form of Paramashiva.
So let us all get ready, and we are going to be having the darshan starting very, very shortly. We request all the participants to quickly settle down. Now, we are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, which is the exact description of how the deities are as per the Agamas.
Dhyayet kotiraviprasangam Prabham Trinayanam Shitamshu Gangadharam Dakshangristhitavamakunchitapadam Shardula Charmambaram Vanhidolakaraabhayam Damarukam Vame Shivam Shyamalam Kalharam Japasruksham Katikaram Devim Sabhesham Bhaje. I meditate on him whose brilliance is crores of sun, who has 3 eyes, who holds Ganga in his locks, who has his right leg situated, left leg bent, wearing the leopard skin as his cloth, holding the fire, having Abhaya Mudra, the Damaru in his hands. On his left he has Devi, she is who dark complexioned, Shyamala, who is holding lotus in one of her hands and another hand near her hip. I revere that Lord of Sabha, Sabhesha, Nataraja and Devi. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Sandhya Nrittamurti. Chaturbhujam Trinetram cha Jata Makuta Bhushanam Abhayam Damarum Savye Vame Pincham Savismayam Apasmaram Vina Pithe Vamaghraya Kunchitam Sthitam Urdhve tu Dakshinam Padam Upasanghavyānugam dhadat Tatpadam Kunchitam Vatha Sarpakankana Bhushitam Sandhya Tandavamevam Syat Varnadhif Purvavad Bhavet. The meaning of this verse goes as I meditate on the form of Sandhya Nrittamurti, who has 4 hands and 3 eyes, is adorned with crown, Chata Makuta. In his right hand, he holds Abhaya and Damaru. In his left hand, he holds a peacock feather. Pasmara is present without a pitham. The left leg is bent and is on a pasmara. The right leg is facing upwards. That leg is having serpent as the anklet. Now, all of us are going to be receiving the darshan of this very form of Paramashiva as Sadha Nrittamurti, Sandhya Nrittamurti, and Gauri Tandavamurti, all these Chanda Tandavamurti forms of Paramashiva. Like Swamiji was explaining, this principle that Nataraja represents through the Mukti Tattva, the principle where he goes on performing. He never waits for perfection. He just goes on doing. This just reminds me of how Swamiji was. When Swamiji started, how Swamiji is, but how Swamiji was exactly when he started the whole mission. Can you imagine just a young boy, like if you just take a comparison, Swamiji could be any ordinary college or university going youth. How would you visualize a typical youth in your country in his 20s to be like? Could you all post in the chat?
And what were you doing when you were in your 20s?
We request every one of you to take a few minutes, go back, remember, and post what exactly you were doing when you were in your 20s. Probably we would all be struggling, like making a choice whether which college I should choose, or just
starting with our career. Yes. And deciding what career path should we be choosing.
And where if you should progress on your education further, what courses you can take, or you want to go to your career. Swamiji was just in his 20s. And just then Swamiji had, the whole Parivrajaka was over. Swamiji had realized his avataric mission. When Swamiji started in the banks of Kaveri river. There was not even a roof over Swamiji's head. Swamiji tells that the first structure that Swamiji had in Avatipalayam, Erodadinam, was only a 3-sided roof. And Swamiji was just sitting there and giving healing. That was Swamiji. But when some of the devotees, when Swamiji was revealing his vision, at that time, Swamiji was a boy from a remote village in southern India who did Parivrajaka, 9 years of Parivrajaka, and Swamiji settled there after his avataric mission realization. Even the mission has not started, even an Adinam is not built. There was not even a permanent roof over Swamiji's head. But at that time, Swamiji declared the vision Swamiji gave was not, I should build an Adinam, not that we should, there should be thousands of people. No, Swamiji declared at that time, we should create a Hindu nation. We should have our own currency. Even when I remember that sharing from the devotee who was there around Swamiji, who had the fortune of being around Swamiji in that moment, it just gives me goosebumps. Imagine so many of you posting what each of you were doing when you were in your 20s.
Mohini Lata has posted, I was working. My father was the only breadwinner. I was living, Ma Gokila said, I was living on a fast lane. Working, fly responsibilities. Okay, Ma Sonia was posted, I was having career, school. Okay, see many different posts that are coming.
Getting into relationships at that time, you are trying to figure out our life. So most of the time, that time only we're even trying to figure out ourselves. But at that time, in that age, Swamiji was there. He declared his vision that he wants to create a nation, he wants to build a nation, and he wants to revive the whole currency. If it were us, what we will start with, we will say, oh, let me wait for everything to become perfect, let me wait for everything to settle, let me wait for everything to start. First, let me get resources. Then once resources comes, let me get people. Once people come, let me get money, let me get the infrastructure. After all this I plan for, then I will start acting. This
Actually,
is your normal binary thinking.
Actually, just to add, like to give more, just to add, at that time, Swamiji was like a young village boy, where like he was from a remote village with no kind of there was no one backing Swamiji. Right? Like it was not that Swamiji had some kind of a political backing or some kind of a backing who would be guiding or anything like that. In no way anybody who is just in their 20s would even have the guts to have that vision.
Age. Swamiji declared, and Swamiji never waited for perfection, but he's the most perfect perfectionist, but he will never wait. Swamiji will always say, as you row the boat, build the ship. That is exactly how. That is why today Hindus have Kailasa, a place to call home. If it were anyone else, we will always wait. Oh, let me get this, let me get that. After everything comes, then let me first finish all the meticulous planning. Then we will slowly start with meetings. Then we will slowly start with execution. That is why Swamiji tells, in today's world, people have execution as a load. I have never once seen Swamiji, let alone stress. I don't even relate to the word called stress with Swamiji. I have never, there is nothing, you can't even get, there'll not be even 1%, not even stress. I've never heard Swamiji say, oh God, there is so much to do, there is no time. I have always heard Swamiji tell, I am going to live here for long enough. If needed, I'll even expand my life further, but I will make it happen. Never waited for resources. He never waited for anything. The Ananda Tandava, that is the Mukti Tattva that Swamiji was explaining in the session today. Never waiting for perfection, going on doing. I just wanted to add one thing in that. Even when Swamiji started the whole Adi Kailash monastery, right? Swamiji never, it was not like a perfect monastery land or everything was there. From the scratch, Swamiji built. This was the principle that Swamiji very beautifully explained to all of us, the Ananda Tandava of Nataraja.
And today's initiation, we all are going to be receiving this very dimension being awakened in us as a boon. Swamiji is going to be giving this boon of Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva as Nataraja to be dancing in all of our lives without us having to feel stuck in our lives. Let's get ready. It's time for all of us to receive the darshan of Bhagavān Sada Nritta Murti, Sandhya Nritta Murti, and Chandatandava Murti forms of Paramashiva. Please sit with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close their eyes. Chant the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham